Hello? Very well. And did you know Tom Lawson? Tom was my.
Not about you, really, honestly.
Senate Democratic leader.
Person having landscaping done.
Lois Frankel elected,
I'm an alternate.
elected 86, I was elected 88.
That's a team.
I can ask everyone to take your seats. We're ready to start. How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Oh, no.
With everything. Okay. This is a joint meeting of the South Florida and Treasure Coast Regional Planning Councils. I am very pleased to say that the South Florida and Treasure Coast Regional Planning Councils work extremely closely together. I believe we have a stronger relationship than any of the other two planning councils in the state. My name is Steve Geller. I'm the chair of the South Florida Regional Planning Council. I'd like to welcome everybody here. And I would like now to turn it over to Doug Bernique, the chair of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, for some brief remarks. Doug?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. We're happy to be here. Yeah, we have a lot of things in common. I've grown up in South Florida, and the number one thing, in my opinion, is water. In the last elections, if you all know, that legislator that made water their number one issue got elected. Those that did not get elected. So with water is probably the most common denominator amongst all of our issues. So I appreciate you all working with us on these issues and looking forward to working with you on water and other issues in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can ask whoever's calling the roll to call the roll.
On behalf of
how are
the
we
South
doing
Florida Regional Council, I ask Kathy Lords, our Director of Administration, to call the roll.
Okay. Kathy?
Caplan,
Here.
Hawk,
Here.
Devine,
Live and in the flesh here,
Hey.
not on Zoom.
Bailey,
You were before the roll today.
okay, Bailey, online is Bailey. Hoffman,
Here on Zoom.
yeah, okay.
The voice of God. Yeah.
It sounds very godlike.
Marlon, here.
Here.
Gilbert. Garcia. Geller,
Here.
Andriana,
Here.
Lynn. Mayors and
It's a quorum present, county attorney, SFRPC attorney.
Mr. Chair, under Senate Bill 1398, adopted in 2020, and Section 120.525 subsection 4, which codifies that statute, you have a quorum for the SFRPC. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and Chairman Bernay.
I'll be doing the roll for Treasure Coast. This is Tom Lanahan. We'll do this by county. Indian River County, Commissioner Susan Adams,
Here,
alternate Commissioner Joe Ehrman, Commissioner Laura Moss,
here,
alternate Commissioner Darrell Lohr, Councilmember Ed Dodd, alternate Councilmember John Carroll, Member Gerald Rennick, alternate Councilmember Robert Alwarder. St. Lucie County, Commissioner Kathy Townsend, alternate Commissioner Jamie Fowler, Commissioner Larry Leet,
Here.
alternate Commissioner Chris Sadowski, Councilman Anthony Bana, alternate Councilman David Pickett, Commissioner Curtis Johnson Jr., alternate Commissioner Michael Hodrick, Martin County, Commissioner Doug Smith.
Here.
Alternate Commissioner Harold Jenkins, Commissioner Stacy Hetherington, alternate Commissioner Ed Campy, Commissioner Eula Clark, Commissioner James Campo, Palm Beach County, Commissioner Maria Marino, alternate Commissioner Barnett, Commissioner Marcy Woodward,
here.
morning, alternate Vice Mayor Sachs, Commissioner Sarah Baxter, alternate Commissioner Mac Bernard, Mayor Ann Gerwig,
here,
alternate Commissioner Joe Paduzzi, Councilman Jeff Hamera,
Here.
alternate Councilmember Yvette Drucker,
here,
morning, Councilmember Robert Gottlieb. Alternate
On
Vice Mayor-
Zoom.
Oh, good morning. Alternate
morning.
Vice Mayor Christine DeHassett. Commissioner John Linden.
Here.
Alternate Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy. Mayor Chelsea Reed. Alternate Mayor Deborah Searcy. Senatorial appointees Douglas Berney,
Here.
Michael Davis,
Here.
Reese Parrish. Morning. Ex officios Lois Bush of FDOT. Kathy LaMartina, South Florida Water Management District. She's on her way. Jason Andriotta, FDEP.
Here.
Morning. He's a ex officio for two of us, isn't
Mhm.
he? He gets two ex officio votes that count for anything. Lorraine Cargill, SFRTA.
here,
James Cannon, St. John's River Water Management District. Okay, do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 18. Okay, we have a quorum for Treasure Coast.
Thank you, Mr. Lanahan. And let me just say that initially, the South Florida Regional Transit Authority has been a important and longstanding partner of both of the planning councils. We thank them for their support over many years. And we currently have the SFRTA Executive Director, new Executive Director, David Deck here. And Mr. Deck, if you'd like to say a few words, do we have microphones?
I guess not, but it seems to carry very well.
Walk loudly up the.
I've never needed a microphone in my life.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Both councils, I wanted to introduce myself. My name is David Deck. I am I think I still get to say new, Executive Director, for the SFRTA Tri-Rail. It has been an absolute pleasure, for the last 6 months being here in South Florida, both personally and professionally. I see a lot of familiar faces in the room. I see a lot of faces that I look forward to meeting and working with. We really do see, Tri-Rail as the link that brings these counties and communities together. And the more successful we are, more successful our bus systems and other transportation systems are, the better flow and seamlessly people can move from one place to the other. But it has been, I've been a few places in the country over my career. I've, been in Ohio, Indiana, Texas, North Florida, West Virginia. But the thing that's been refreshing here is to see, how many people care about what goes on in their region. And that's, it's unique here, I think. In Austin, we had councils, but it wasn't to this level of people who have vision, who can bring, my resources or my issues and kind of bring those and see how they come out and affect the region. Because, I have a bad habit of putting my blinders on. Like the only thing that matters is what I'm doing. And it's councils like this that keep me honest, right? And keep me from maybe doing an undue harm that I didn't intend. So again, I'm not gonna, I don't want to take up too much time. I could talk about Tri-Rail all day. If you haven't ridden Tri-Rail recently, I would encourage you to come out and give us another try. We are working very, very hard on the customer experience. Our equipment's a little old. We're easily confused the bright line. We're the blue ones. But we're working very hard on the cleanliness of our equipment, both inside and out. So, and then we're going to be hopefully going to our board here soon we're going to do some fresh wrapping on the equipment, things like that. But we have really been working hard with our contractors on, meeting bare minimum expectations. And when I say that, I mean that completely. Like a clean train is the bare minimum. That's not always. I ride them. They need to be. And we are working very hard to get there because I carry a little notebook with me every time I get on the train. And they love it when I do this. Because I go through and I make just notes of everything that I see wrong on that trip. Okay. And I'm encouraging my staff the same. I ride the system, probably, I try to ride it 5 days a week, usually 4 days a week, usually someplace I need to drive, but the air conditioning should work. You should be able to see out the windows. You shouldn't, we don't need a fish tank in the window. So we're working a lot of that stuff doesn't happen overnight, but we've changed 170 windows. We've brought in extra subcontractors for cleaning. We're doing the train wash, we're hand washing. Like I said, the wraps need to be redone. I mean, it has to be done, but we're working very hard on what like I said, I consider the bare minimum. And once we get to that minimum, we're going to keep improving from there. Awesome. We need to bring in the choice rider, the people who choose not to be on 95. Mm-hmm. And listen, you might be a person who, will never, ever take a train or public transportation. That's fine. But you sure wish everyone else around take transportation. Either way, you should look for our success. Okay. But anyway, again, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to come here and meet. We'll be here throughout the morning. If you get a break and you want to talk, more happy to. I could talk trains all day. But again, thank you for the warm welcome, and I'm thrilled to be here.
pointed out to me that I inadvertently skipped the Pledge of Allegiance, so if I can ask everybody to rise. Next over yonder. Renee, could you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Thank you.
We're so eager to jump into our content.
Yeah, we have a lot of content. And the first thing we're going to hear from right now is a legislative update. Our speaker is Ron Book, who I think we met a couple of years ago. Ron, actually, I've known Ron for about 48 years when we were both active in politics when I was in high school and he was in college. He's actually much older than I am. But Ron is known as one of the top lobbyists in Tallahassee, has been that for decades, and we're fortunate that Ron is representing the planning councils, and I'd like now to introduce Ron Book. And let me say one thing to Ron and everybody else, please, I know I don't need to tell you this, but we are being taped, we are on camera, so don't say anything that you might regret at a later. Mr. Book.
Got nothing to say.
You're a good friend. Sorry.
Thank you, and that's like the no joke. Thank you for the opportunity, and what a great way to start your meeting, really, that with David Deck and Tri-Rail, because if you want to talk about savings cap or find regional planning and suspicions, they are the issues surrounding regionalism. I'm not sure anybody pays attention to the word regionalism anymore. I'm not sure anybody really looks at the definition and goes back and talks about, David, those transportation issues that affect the 6 or 7 or 8 counties represented here. And whether we're talking about Monroe, or we're talking about Dade, we're talking about Broward, Palm Beach, St. Lucie, Martin, Indian River, they all affect us. And quite honestly, we might as well take the little jaunt across the alley and pick up Collier and Lee as well. Fact is, this legislative session is capital issue that matters to all of you, because there are not just a lot of regionalism issues this year, there are a lot of home rule issues this year. Oh, big surprise, we've been under attack for 6 years. The assault is different, the preemptions are different. Some of them, frankly, preemptions, some of you probably think are not bad ideas, and we ought to think and talk about those. But then you get past some of those issues, and you're looking at some of the greatest policy, if you will, agendas that we have seen in decades, if not ever. You've got a governor that is running for president of the United States, and he is working hard to check every single box in the policy world. And whether you like it or you dislike it or you're ambivalent about it, the fact of the matter is, he isn't shaking things up, and he's not disrupting things. He's turning the policy world on its head, trying to make certain that things that matter to him, that the blueprint that matters to him, is left here when he's gone. And so let's talk a little bit about those issues that matter to you. Let's start with the first issue that was mentioned, water. Right here, I think it was water you mentioned. Water, and if you're done with water, mention water again. And the environment, and agriculture, and its resiliency, and climate change. They all into the discussion, the debate, and the agenda of what are we going to do with the environment in Florida. And if those of you that were acting like ostriches 2 days or so ago, 3 days ago, the governor announced his latest round of resiliency grants. I'll look at the corner of the table down there, Doug Smith. he ended up with a bundle in Martin County. If you want to look straight in front of me, Steve Geller and the people from Broward County, being the cities in your county and the county got a bundle of money. Miami-Dade got a bundle of money. The counties around the region that have those, if you will, climate change, environmental, water, resiliency related issues. Whether or not you are a community identified as a government community, let's just be clear. Miami Beach, which has not been identified as a place particularly close to the current administration, it has not mattered. He's been blind to the politics and been blind to the communities standpoint, and he's putting money where his mouth is, and he's putting money where the need is, and he's putting money where the greatest effort is. And so when I'm done talking about this, we can roll right into the budget and almost $15 billion in reserves. I left government in 1982. The state budget, Sam, was $18.9 billion. The governor's recommended budget is $114 billion. It's not that long ago. You can't go to a revenue estimating conference where the revenue estimator every 30 days don't reset the clock, not by $1.50, not by 100 million, not by 2 or 3 or 400 million. You have not read the January receipts yet. 756 million above the last revised estimate for January. And if you think that's an aberration, go back to December, where we were 600 million above that latest estimate. And we can keep going back the last 10, 12, 15 months. The actual collections have continued this meteoric rise. I got Americans in recession. That's right, we're not in a recession. I got America subject to this inflation phase. And it may be affecting 49 other states, and maybe it's affecting us in some ways. But here's what I'm sure of. I'm sure that Florida is healthy. I'm sure that Florida is wealthy. And again, when the governor speaks these days, he speaks with a proposal to put more money out there. $3 billion 2 weeks ago to the environment. Water. What matters to this state? Water, education, the environment. I can go on, but I'll miss a bunch of stuff if they stay on water in the budget. I'll answer whatever questions you have when we're done, but let's just go right into affordable housing. The Senate President's #1 priority, and if it's not the housing #1 priority, it's #2. And if it's not the governor's #1 and #2, it's in his top 3 or 4. We're seeing greatest debate on affordable housing that we have seen since the Saddam Act was created way back when. And frankly, this is a debate, a discussion, and a revision opportunity to reset the clock based on what's happened in the last several decades in Florida. Since the fund was created, because all of us know the process has had this tendency to want to sweep the trust fund, breaking, if you will, the commitment that was made way back when the fund was created. But the fact is, we needed to have the debate that's going on right now at the Capitol for a really long time, but we're now having it. You're going to see things, some of them in the cities, in the counties in particular, aren't going to be in love with. But every now and then, and I represent not just Fricka, but I represent 30 some odd local governments. I'm a local government guy. Every now and then we got to sit back and look at preemptions and say, is there a basis? Is there a reason? What made them bring that forward? Instead of always saying, no, we've got to at least look. And so you've got communities around the state, not necessarily in our region, but you've got places around the state that have ignored the legislature's piecemeal effort to encourage, to induce more workforce, more true, legitimate, affordable. They're speaking with their wallets, the checkbook, they're speaking with policy change. The bill is a really good bill and it's gonna pass. Because imagine this, the House, the Senate, the governor's office working together to come up with these policy changes. It's gonna be a great bill. Cities and counties, and I know there's some gubernatorial authorities in the room as well. But let me look at all of you that are city and county officials. Let me look at any of you, Mr. Warren, that work and represent local governments. I have been screaming personally to all of my clients for 6 years about sovereign immunity. If you leave here with nothing else, leave with this. You are about to get hit on the head with a 4x4 when they change sovereign immunity. I wrote a law needs money. Either we believe in protecting the taxpayers' dollars, we don't. There's no good claims bill that comes to the class. Because a claims bill that comes to the legislature for a de novo review. Claims bill, they're all bad. Somebody died. What agent where somebody just got serious injury. At the end of the day, there's a reason that the bills get filed. But either we believe we should empty our pockets for those claims. That will never stop when you change the sovereign wealth. Not going to change. And it matters not whether you're a trial lawyer person or you're a non-trial lawyer business person. At the end of the day, we're talking about how much your finance directors, how much your risk managers, how much your auditors are going to require you to reserve on your balance sheets for all these lawsuits with an increased sovereign number. When you go back to your office, remind your lawyers and your lobbyists, your administrators and your managers. This issue matters. And this issue is playing in a theater near us and it's going to pass. At some level, they are going to pass sovereign immunity changes this year. And this was only 4 or 5 years ago we changed it in the last. Criminal justice package, gonna pass. Gonna put the bad people away for longer periods of time. The days of simply saying we should open up the floodgates. We all know that folks that have historically been convicted of minor blood offenses, that is part of what justice. We're not talking about criminal justice or to the left or to the middle. We're talking about looking at the things that keep communities safe. Gonna pass. Pre-K to 12. Again, they have passed the greatest reforms in the last 2 or 3 years since Jeb Bush was governor on the reform side. But let's be clear. They're going to pass another voucher bill. The voucher bill says you can take $8,000 and port it to any school you want to go to. Public, private, matters not, $8 grand. The governor's proposal is income based, income defined, income qualified. Housing, which is what I think is probably going to pass, is one that eliminates income qualifications. The message is that no matter who you are, you're a taxpayer, you're a citizen of the state, should have an opportunity to be able to move your child and port that amount of money that particular school. Look for that planning of the and think for a minute we're done with higher education reform. Then again, you're adding the passages with your heads to the ground because the debate and the discussion about what we are doing with the accreditation entities ought to be something you pay attention to, whether you have children, whether you have grandchildren, or whether you just care about all of those young people that go to your schools, to your communities. those changes matter. Should we be out in a different place than 49 other states? I don't know. I haven't studied the issue deeply enough to know whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. But that is an issue that's going to be fully debated this year, and I look for significant continued changes in the higher education governance of this state. There is an issue that counties and regional planning councils should pay attention to. It is Senate Bill 740, filed by Senator Jason Rhodes, Seminole County. Any of you know what it does? Beep, beep, beep. We answer the question. This, run it back and back, and it always makes me look good. There's so much of the regional planning council. Get it up. Get it up.
Oh, no.
I mentioned this bill, she yelled at me. I laughed. Wow. I don't remember the bill in the history process that looked at realigning the boundaries of county government. This bill looks, it's studied, EO, it's got twin engines on it. Whether it passes or not remains to be seen, but it looks at adjusting whether or not Apple County should go to St. Lucie, and whether a third of Broward County should go to Lee County. And I'm using those as joking hypotheticals, but that's what the bill is intended to do. And if it realizes counties, the chances are it will have a meaningful impact on what happens with regional planning councils going forward. I can continue to go on because that's how deep from a policy perspective the bills in both the House and the Senate that have been filed today have dealt with. But I can assure you, whether you're a participant in Florida high school sports or you're any one of the licensed professions, all those issues are going to be out there this session. They're going to be more debate than we've seen on significant issues. Do not think that because I didn't mention guns, I'm out of touch. There'll be a gun bill. Don't think because I chose to ignore women's reproductive rights that I have ignored the fact that there will be a choice bill out there again this year, and whether or not that bill gets filed, reducing women's ability to get an abortion from 15 to 12 or down to 16. I think that no one should think that issue will not dominate several days of debate in both. I remind all of you as I close, and again, Mr. Chair, your direction, I'll take whatever questions you're willing to allow. But I remind all of you, the window for the 2-year cycle is very small. We will adjourn this legislative session on Friday, May the 5th. We will reconvene the next regular session in January. So the clock of how quickly this 2-year cycle is going to go and the implementation of things as we move towards the next election, we just finished an election. But the clock is short. January will be before you know it. And there'll be another legislative. I do anticipate still more special sessions. Whether they will be done as this last one was done during committee week, saving $40,000 a day, remains to be seen. But there's a lot going on. We're tracking for those that we represent the rural local government. I invite you to reach out. For those that we don't, that are members of RICA and local councils, you're welcome to send us emails or call us. We're happy to answer your questions. We work 18, 19 hours a day. Legislature's in session. We don't stop until the Hanky hits the ground. I didn't mention tax reform. The tax reform is playing as well. It's going to be meaningful and it's going to be significant. And I look for all $1 billion actually to be adopted this session. And there is likely going to be a lot of debate and discussion on homestead exemption and save our homes and curtailing certain aspects of current homestead exemption and certain expansion. Mr. Chairman, thank you. All of you, we really do appreciate the opportunity. I remind you, $14-15 billion in reserves. In reserves. State has never been that flush.
Thank you, Mr. Book. I'm depressed at some of the things you said. That's okay. I ask if there are any questions for. Actually, I didn't, but I just said you were on tape. Are there questions? Are there any? Commissioner Smith?
Ron, thank you as always. At FRICA, we talked about the idea that had been brought up at one of our commission meetings about being able to somehow make homestead portable to another generation relative to the affordable housing kind of discussion. Anything more on that? Any discussion on that?
We have, Ron and I have continued to sort of feed that process that you provided to us at the meetings a month and a half or so ago. I think all of that is on the table for discussion. And in your particular case, you've got a couple of meaningful players in the Martin County area in the process. And I would encourage that possible success. Those are issues not generally on their full radar screen. I think we meaningfully as that issue continues to be discussed in the next 2.5-3 weeks. As that goes early session issues. Doesn't mean that we'll be having bills and potential glitch bills that get picked up in the end because something passed early and they figured there was a problem with it. But I think you got to look at that as well.
I see no other cards standing up. I had.
Can I just ask one?
Yes. Commissioner Uding.
This is probably going to be considered a silly question, but I'm just curious. I'm not mayor, but when we had our legislative meeting with Senator Pizzo and Senator Book and our legislators that came in and we did our joint meeting a couple of weeks ago. And Senator Pizzo made a comment that was, we really want to pick our battles because there are certain, it's the numbers are what the numbers are. I'm curious when we get these resolutions brought to us as a body, either county commission, a city commission, this kind of group, and we send these resolutions on some of these social issues and some of these hot button issues. What's the effect on that when it's coming up with Broward County sends a resolution on AB?
Poking the legislature and the governor in the eye.
Yeah, I don't want to.
And doing on Tuesday?
Like I speak to you all the time on different issues and you always give me great advice on what I consider important issues for our public safety, 911, whatever it may be. What are we doing as local bodies? We want to say certain things. What are we doing when we poke the bear, to use friend Senator Geller's term?
You want honesty?
I want honesty.
Dumb, idiotic, ignorant, dumb, stupid, idiotic, period, end of story.
What do you really think?
I'm just gonna say this at my own. And I tell many of my local government employees, stop passing resolutions in the 8th week of the legislative session that does nothing but anger lawmakers in with the guy downstairs on the plaza level. And your appropriations are on the way down to the level, but nothing short of stupid and dumb. If you poke the bear ain't forgetting. Yeah, they read the clips every single day. Why would you do that? Why would you endanger the safe or important by poking the bear? Look, there are issues that matter to us. And if Mickey, passing a resolution on sovereign immunity is a smart thing. That's smart. Don't lace it with nasty. But talking about protecting the taxpayers' money, there was a reason we created the doctrine of sovereign immunity hundreds of years ago. Years ago, we did. We want to pass a resolution urging a particular component of the affordable housing bill, so long as you know that it is not something that the Senate president's prepared to spin a wrist over and isn't going to get amended. Not a bad idea. But kicking something, you pass those resolutions. Oh, matter. Look, we have large delegations in Dade and Broward and Palm Beach. Martin, St. Lucie, I think smaller, obviously. If you don't let your lawmakers know what matters to you, or your advocates for transmitting the messages effectively, adequately, and responsibly, that's on us. Hold me accountable as your advocate. Hold us accountable and responsible. You don't have to pass resolutions sticking it in their eye. It's not necessary.
Thank
And I don't, Nikki,
Thank
No, I knew that was what,
that's the best question anybody could have asked.
really?
Yes.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
We're the ones that have to fix. We're the ones that gotta take the body vote, and then go in, and then you wanna keep us responsible when your $300 million patient veto.
Gotcha. Thank you, Ron.
Not an easy job. You knew that when you signed up for it, Commissioner Furr.
Thank you. Ron, always appreciate your candid and your passion. I saw that Alachua County the other day passed a right to clean water amendment. Did you see
I
that?
said that.
The Alachua County passed a right to clean water amendment. I'm going back to water.
In support of the constitutional amendment on clean water.
And I see other counties are looking at that. It looks, to me, it looks like a time ripe for real bipartisanship on that. I don't know if there's any, have you heard at all anything from the legislature at all of anybody wanting to take that further?
The answer to
Because they're working on a lot of different water issues.
That's right. And that's why
And I don't know-
answer the question, no, yes, no. And the no, yes, no is in the breadth of the discussion, the broadness, if you will, the depthness, if you will, of water discussions. I think all of that's fair play to discuss. How, by the way, you present that will be how in Alachua County and more particularly Janesville, look, they got a city manager now who I think knows how to bring rhetoric back down. The message coming far left, believing far left region of the state, I don't think necessarily helps the balance in the room, but I think that's fair discussion. I think it's fair debate. I think those kinds of resolutions that offer something from a solution standpoint, those are wise. What about housing resolutions are wise? But I wouldn't encourage one now because you've got to build this.
Right.
That covers it.
Ms. Book, I had one last question, then not seeing any others on the sovereign immunity. Pet peeve of mine for years and years has been that when you get a local government and a plaintiff agree on an amount, which may or may not be covered by insurance, I've never understood why you need a claims bill for that. And if you could pass legislation that would simply say, if the city of Acme, or as us lawyers would say, it's city of Blackacre, agrees to pay $700,000, which by the way, they've got a $5 million insurance policy, and the plaintiff agrees to accept that, why that needs a claims bill. If you could fix that one thing, I think that would go a long way towards remedying issues.
That issue is contained in one of the sovereign immunity bills. That discussion will take place. I'm not sure whether you and I necessarily philosophically agree with what to look like, because I think when you have a negotiated claim that has not gone through courts, or you have a negotiated claim that ultimately gets approved by the court, we get asked to a jury. I worry about eroding the checks and balances in spending the taxpayers' money above an agreed upon amount. And the sovereign amount is what we've agreed, is what I look at. It doesn't mean we're not gonna get a sad case where somebody only gets $500,000 and it was a loss of life. But the goal with the doctor was to protect the king's money. Thus, as we evolve, the taxpayers' money. And whether or not there's been a runaway jury, and whether or not the plaintiff thinks it was a runaway jury, or the defense thought it was a runaway jury, the whole reason for the checks and balances is to balance those taxpayer resources that are going to otherwise pay claims. So I don't know what it ought to look like, but it's in the bill, it's in one of the bills that's out there now.
Thank you, Mr. Book. We appreciate your time and your candor. I neglected, as was pointed out, I'm doing great at reading. It's dark.
It's very. very good.
That we have not had our approval of the meeting agenda. Is there a move to approve the agenda moved by, who was it?
Mayor Ross.
Mayor Roth. Seconded by,
Commissioner
Baxter.
you think I can read that, do you? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Baxter. Is there any discussion, any objection? Show the agenda approved. I would also like to recognize the former president of the Florida Association of Counties, a former Palm Beach County Commissioner, I think also Mayor Melissa McKinley. Melissa, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, and I will now, we're on item number 6, approval of the joint council meeting minutes. And on that was of the solid waste management joint conference meeting summary. I believe that has been in the market.
So the 3 minutes are from our March 18th meeting,
Okay,
plus the minutes from the conference.
okay, and those have been distributed, correct?
Yes.
The meeting package.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there, first on the council meeting minutes of the March 18th meeting? Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Are there any additions or corrections? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Seconded by Councilman
Mara.
Mara. You know, my eyes are just not as young as they used to be.
Made me feel better about not being able to see it.
Okay. All those favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Show the minutes adopted, and before we adopt the solid waste management joint conference meeting, let's see, I have a little statement I'm supposed to read. The SFRPC and TCRPC are committed to continuing a partnership and regional convenings for information sharing, conversations, and problem solving on pressing regional issues. As an example, the October 22nd Solid Waste Management Conference was a great success. Chair Bernique and I have directed our respective executive directors to identify a date in the next few weeks for a staff and chair level next steps conversation in response to the information and feedback we received from our solid waste management directors and their key staff. I would like to take a minute and thank once again our special guests at the conference. I also wanted to say, and he's not here today, but Senator, now Commissioner Rene Garcia down in Miami has done a wonderful thing. He has passed through the Miami-Dade Commission a resolution directing the county mayor or county mayor's designee to collaborate with the SFRPC on strategies and plans related to solid waste management, requiring a report. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it talks about the SFRPC, that our goal is to provide regional leadership and planning for our 3 counties, and that Dade is a founding member. It talks about the same things for the TCRPC. And it says we're agreed to work collaboratively, and it's directed them to work with us. Again, I want to say that the SFRPC and the TCRPC have decided that we are going to meet, have these joint meetings at least once a year. And additionally, we're going to have our regional convenings of large conferences like the solid waste at least once a year. And we also had a mayor's conference, I believe, that Mayor Udine was mayor of Broward when we did that in September on affordable housing. And we've directed our staffs to follow up with both the TCRPC and the SFRPC to be following up on these issues. The SFRPC is on Road Dade, Broward, TCRPC, Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River. We have a lot in common and we intend to be working together collaboratively. And is there a motion to approve those minutes for the solid waste joint management? By Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Kaplan. For any additions or corrections? Any additions or corrections? If not, all those favor of adopting minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's adopted. Chair Bernese.
All right, this next subject is something near and dear to my heart and most boat owners or divers in Florida. But as part of the fiscal year 23 National Defense Authorization Act, DEP's Coral Protection and Restoration Program and Coral Reef Conservation Act was reauthorized. And we'd like to welcome back a featured speaker, Joanna Walzak, to discuss this issue with the councils. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very appreciative for that wonderful welcome. Get my presentation loaded up here. My apologies in advance. I hope my voice holds up. I'm getting over a little bit of a head cold, so I will do my best to project here. And as we're waiting for my presentation to come up, just as a reiteration, I'm Joanna Walzak. I work on behalf of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. I'm the administrator of the state's Coral Protection and Restoration Program, also the governor's appointee for all coral reef issues here in the state. So if it's related to coral reefs, I get to at least help you figure out what the answer is. As we mentioned, my presentation today is on a couple of highlights that I wanted to bring before you. It was actually about a year ago that we last had a chance to update you on all of the work that the department and our collective partnerships are doing to protect and restore Florida's coral reef. Great. So those of you who may or may not remember a year ago, we have many big goals on management and restoration that I wanted to kind of synthesize for you because often you'll see a list of goals like this and you'll see a little bit of action on one of them or something over the course of a year. As I was updating this presentation, I realized we've had a bonanza year. And that is only because many of us, including from all of the support that these regional planning councils have offered, we've been working together for so many years that it's finally all starting to come together. And so I'm going to walk you through each of the main highlights today. The first one being supporting passage of the Restoring Resilient Reefs Act. Now, this is a name that was being used in a bill, but was ultimately changed back to the original, which is the Coral Reef Conservation Act of 2000 was the original name of the bill. It was actually changed back to that and reauthorized as an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act of 2022. So it was fully passed. This is a big deal. We've been working on the federal authorization of this language for 20 years. That's a long time for there to only be one bill that gives any money to coral reef management in the entire United States. We had no update to our management tools. And so that's what got passed. We have new tools. We now will require a national coral reef resilience strategy, not just local coral reef action plans. We also recognizing at the federal level the importance of community partnerships in conserving and protecting coral reefs. And so we established a new fund for that. We also authorized a new emergency fund. For those of you who remember, I've given presentations before on the stony coral tissue loss disease outbreak That was it is an ongoing coral disease outbreak, similar to our unfortunate COVID outbreak, has been going on for 8 years. And we, at the federal level, did not have any emergency response assistance because that law had not been updated in 20 years. We now have it. It also codifies the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force, which are it's the body of national agents, U.S. federal family agencies, and all of us jurisdictional coral reef managers that come to the table and make sure that we are collectively working together on national policy to the benefit of our jurisdictions, our states, and the federal government. Important thing that I wanted to highlight for you all is that this bill is a tremendous effort on behalf of everyone. And it does authorize an increase in federal budget from 26 million to about 50 million. However, it was not fully appropriated. I want to underscore, not fully appropriated, which means that all of these cool new things do not come into play until it is fully appropriated. So some of these things don't need a budget and we will be working on them. Some of them will just have to sit until we get full appropriation. And so that is one of the highlights for this body. Coming a little bit closer to home, one of the other priorities that we had, again, looking at the regional lens that the gentleman before me mentioned, we all recognize that we need to support Everglades restoration, but we wanted to also recognize that Everglades and Florida's coral reef are connected ecosystems. That water does not stop at the inlets. It also goes off to protect our Florida's coral reef, and we need to make sure that connections are included in Everglades planning.
That's okay. We're
Happening.
sharing so that people can see it.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, that's what's happening. That's happening
There we go.
already. Thank you.
So I'm proud to announce that after the support of our coral champions on this body, as well as many individuals working out before us, we got a Florida's Coral Reef Coordination Team established under the Everglades Task Force. So this is technically a body that is under their science working group, under the working group and science coordination team. And it is specifically to be a voice for Florida's coral reef Everglades restoration, bringing together these two powerhouse ecosystems. Can only benefit all of us because we have so much attention right now on Florida's coral reef, both locally, state and nationally. But it can only help bring this powerhouse that is Everglades restoration. And ultimately together, we hope to message how important this is for all of us in Florida and frankly, nationally. The two main products of this group to kind of get us off the ground are a collaborative framework for water quality monitoring. Right now, unfortunately, water quality monitoring programs from the Everglades to the estuaries to the reefs offshore cannot talk to each other. They're collected in different ways, and they're analyzed in different ways. And so the department is looking at how we can look at those things and be able to compare them apples to apples instead of the current apples to oranges scenario. It's actually kind of apples to kiwis. Pardon me. And so that is going to be our first effort, is to really try to unify Florida's coral reef water quality monitoring so that we can then start linking these together with the existing efforts that you all raise in. As we do that, and as we understand those connections a little bit better, we're going to also be recommending some coral reef specific environmental indicators and performance measures for the recovery process. So we know that the water, again, doesn't stop at the inlet. So we want to make sure that we find something that's appropriate to be tracking offshore to show that the ecosystem restoration that's happening is actually working. Taking a little bit closer home. So again, a little bit closer literally to home here. We know after 8 years of coral disease that we have a large ecosystem restoration effort ahead of us. We've lost billions of coral colonies out there. And so we need to jumpstart and take management action to restore that ecosystem so that we don't start losing those ecosystem services that are so economically important to South Florida. You guys have heard me talk about that before, but as a refresher, that's shoreline protection in the millions, if not billions, during severe storm events. That's fisheries habitat, that's the tourism industry, et cetera. I mean, we're talking a lot of money is provided by that ecosystem. So we want to make sure that we're maintaining it. But it right now cannot recover on its own. And so what we are ultimately doing is creating a reef restoration strategy to secure funding and ultimately build an industry around restoring Florida's coral reef. Oh, I jumped forward on one of my, sorry about that. I'm going to talk about the restoration strategy development first, but I gave you a sneak preview that the governor is also very interested in this topic. So first off, we're creating a tiered strategy. We're looking at the reef as one big ecosystem. So dry tortugas all the way up to Martin County. That's our tier 1. We're looking at large ecosystem goals. A tier 2 plan will be developed and is already underway for each of the managed areas. Now, these are just, jurisdictional compartmentalized. We humans drew lines on a map. The fish and the animals don't know any difference. But we know that in order for our authorities to support all of our efforts, we have to look at it as a boundary. And so we have the Kristen Jacobs Coral Reef Ecosystem Conservation Area will have its own restoration plan. Staff from each of the 4 counties here, and for the case of the larger strategy, the 5 counties, including Monroe, have been working with us to develop priorities that each of your counties want to see included in this. That could be, in the case of Broward County, we want to see more shoreline protection projects, or we want to see more fisheries habitat specific restoration projects. So we are underway. We just actually 2 weeks ago started that what we call a tier 2 restoration plan that'll look at this ecosystem area as a whole. A tier 3 plan will come into play once we actually know where all of those things fit together. What I mean by that is a really site-specific, detailed, we want to put X number of corals here and we want to, restore this amount of reef, those things. Those things will all come as we figure out where the best place is to put all of our collective resources. There's a lot of reef out there, I will have you know. And so we will have to drill down to very specific locations. But we want to choose those locations in the best possible way so that where we restore will help the system itself restore itself. If that makes any sense. So we're trying to be as strategic as we possibly can with these resources. But we also know that this is going to take a lot of money. And so we've been doing a lot of work to understand the different opportunities that are out there. And many of you have heard me talk about the U.S. Geological Survey shoreline protection valuation study that happened a couple of years ago. This is the powerhouse study that has really shown us the value of these reefs, and especially in the Miami-Dade and Broward County areas. The value that this reef provides in protecting our shoreline real estate as well as flood reduction benefits is enormous. And so, because of that, I was able to take that information to our Florida DEM, the Division of Emergency Management, and ask them, hey, since the federal government and FEMA is now identifying coral reefs as natural infrastructure to protect shorelines from flooding during extreme storm events, could we put it in a state hazard mitigation plan? That would allow us to be eligible for FEMA funding to do restoration projects. They said, yes, absolutely. In fact, they're really encouraging natural-based restoration projects like this to be included in the suite of projects that everybody puts together, both at the state and county level. And so because of those conversations, and because we at the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force developed a document that basically finds and helps people guide how to create an application for FEMA using a coral reef restoration example, which is a document that I sent as one of your read aheads. It's the CR4 restoration document. We now will have it in, our new updated state hazard mitigation plan. Broward County is also working because you guys had not, you are in the process of updating your local hazard mitigation plan. So we'll be adding coral reefs there. But as each of the counties gets to update the plan and you can add in the coral reef language, then counties and state will both be eligible for funding under FEMA to do these restoration projects. Taking it a step further, the FEMA folks reached out and said, hey, we actually already have an application going into FEMA right now. We'd really like to include something in preparation for the fact that we know our local entities are going to really be interested in putting these projects in. Could we add this right now? I said, absolutely. And so we have put in a funding application to get some money to support modeling and kind of building the case study to front load all of the data collection that you guys are going to need to do for an application. And in the hope that the state can provide that level of kind of starting boilerplate template for projects like this, especially because that way we can make sure that it's consistent with the actual restoration plan and strategy that we have for all of the reef. And this is where the governor comes in and says, oh, this is fantastic. And we cannot be more pleased. So as the gentleman mentioned previously, over $400 million went to coastal resilience in the governor's budget that was just released, of which a new pot of money, a new $10 million grant was given to the department, will be given, hopefully, fingers crossed, and all of the things. I should caveat that. That will establish a new coral reef restoration and recovery initiative. This is in direct acknowledgement of our collective efforts to say this ecosystem is important. We need to protect it and restore it, and the governor agrees. And so this program will be geared very solidly to protecting our current coral reef and restoring it for shoreline flood protection benefits. My program will be directly overseeing that, and as we grow it and know more about it, we'll be sure to keep this body, collective body, updated. Just a couple last ones on the funding side of the house. I also wanted to recognize that there are a couple of companion bills in Congress supporting increased funding for the South Florida Geographic Initiative, which is EPA funding that comes through to support water quality monitoring, restoration activities in South Florida in particular. Now, the new bills are introduced by Rubio and Representative Jimenez, and they are ultimately to expand the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to include the South Florida geographic area. It expands that area to include Indian River Lagoon. It authorizes new big grants for special projects, all that will be recommended by the South Florida, the Everglades Restoration Task Force. And it includes educational grants for improving environmental literacy. So this is a really huge opportunity to bring more federal funding to all of these collective efforts here in Southeast Florida. And there are your bill numbers just in case. And last one, we want to make sure that we're continuing to engage our stakeholder population here in the local level and updating our management plans, especially for the Kristen Jacobs Coral Reef Ecosystem area. That in particular has been a big priority of this collective body, as she was obviously one of our big champions. And let's see. So we do have a draft management plan underway. It is within DP review right now. And it should actually add it with it as well as FWC review, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, because I know that was a very important part of us working together. I will say that as of right now, there has been no legislative change. So right now, boundary exists in the statutes, but that's it. There's no protective authority associated with this management plan as it exists. This will just be a way to be more proactive and strategic on the way that the department and our collective partners fund things to help this area, but there will be no difference in the actual authorities associated with it. Now, that being said, all of the department's existing authorities are still there. All the permitting, Jason Andriotta is here, all of the existing protective authorities. So I don't want to imply that there's no protection here. There's a lot of protection happening. There's just not going to be, as of right now, unless there's legislative change, anything beyond the normal DEP protections. And I will wrap it up with a final highlight of our SFRPC meeting, the Southeast Florida Coral Reef Initiative. That is our group of stakeholders, our fisher diving communities, agencies, NGOs, et cetera, We'll be meeting in the March, April timeframe. If that's ever anything that you guys are interested in, we're happy to send the information and you in on all of the things that the community is saying they would like to see for management of this area. The last thing I'll just mention is that my program continues to receive funding for supporting all of these collective efforts. We're excited because of the governor's initiative that funding, as long as it is blessed by the legislature, will continue. And I wanted to just highlight that it does continue to include a $20 million grant to reduce nutrient pollution in Biscayne Bay specifically through septic to sewer conversions and other projects associated with stormwater, wastewater, et cetera. I'm just gonna end it right there because that's enough for you. And I'm happy to.
Joanna, I've dove the whole reef system of Florida from Sebastian to Key West Lighthouse in my lifetime. I've noted that with the advent of sunscreens, I've seen a pretty democratic impact across the board to the entire reef system. And I read where the Great Barrier Reef of Australia, they're banning sunscreens on the Great Barrier Reef for or because of their seeing, and that reef system is 20 miles offshore.
Sure.
And our reef system is 100 yards offshore, off of our entire coastline. And we have 16 inlets that dot Florida's east coast, along with the impacts on that reef of people lathering up on all the barrier islands. I just feel that we have to do something about the sunscreens that people are utilizing and steer them away from the negative sunscreens or no sunscreens. But there's a direct impact on our reef structure. So I hope in your world that you can do something about sunscreens.
Thank you. I'll share it with you. The national review that just happened with the National Academies of Science. They pulled together the brightest minds out there on coral reef issues and sunscreen issues, and asked them to review all of the different chemicals that are in currently available sunscreens. And they did find that there's not enough information to say anything definitive yet. But that they recommend to EPA that they should do a full review of every single ingredient out there, that there are no 100%, no 100% ingredients that were not of concern. Let's put it that way. There are concerns of every ingredient in varying ways across a wide range of characteristics. So please don't misinterpret that. But the continued emphasis is on physical protection as much as possible. Sun hats, rash guards, continuing to use those because we absolutely understand that the importance is on protecting humans as well as our ecosystem. But EPA is considering whether or not they're going to do a full assessment on that. And they will need local data in order to do that. Now, we don't currently monitor at that scale for this type of chemical. Mainly because we're not really, there are so many things we monitor for. It would be hard to monitor for just that one thing. But as EPA does their analysis, we'll be able to better understand what we should be targeting in our monitoring program.
You might look at Australia to see what they're monitoring.
Absolutely, definitely check that out.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
With your permission, I just want to say this is another example of a program that was pushed aggressively by both the TCRPC and the SFRPC. And I'd like to thank our two leaders on that, Commissioner Furr and Commissioner Smith, who really did a great job.
Mr. Chair, I apologize that I didn't say that to you because it has been a tremendous partnership.
Tom, something I just want to throw in there on the sunscreen issue. You know, everybody's kids do at some point in their academic career a science fair project, right? My daughter did, my oldest daughter did sunscreen as a science fair project. And What she tested was, does it make a difference if you let it soak in accordance with the instructions? Or if you just jump right in the water? And, we had aquariums and we collected seawater and we had it at the right temperature and all this stuff. And it absolutely makes a difference. If you wait the 15 minutes, the stuff doesn't come right off. If you don't, I mean, literally she'd put her hand in the tank and the white cloud would come right off of her hand. If you don't let it soak in. So a good measure is follow those directions and let it soak in. Because it's just going to wash off and you're not getting the benefit of it. And you're harming potentially the ecosystem out there. So science fair projects actually have some value.
Commissioner Smith?
Sure, thank you. And there are two other people there's hundreds of people in this process that got us to where we got in late December with the approval of the bill. But two people that really stand out in my mind that helped us not only craft the language for the new legislation, but really behind the scenes in DC made things happen when they were there. Well, one's still there and one's back here. One is Wes Brooks, who is now heading up the effort that Joanna was just laying out for us. And the other was a gentleman named James Chang in the Senator's office from Hawaii. Those two individuals really were behind the scenes doing things and getting people to do things that you have to do. And they were brilliant. I mean, and really kudos to them. Kudos to Beam. Beam is favorite people in the world working together. It also shows, and I think the chair has pointed this out, the question this morning when Ron was giving his updates on the effectiveness in letters or resolutions or doing things, when this body gets together and it decides on a action, and you think of the millions of people that are represented by the people sitting around the table, that message is a good message, and it's a collective wisdom. There's nothing that we can't do in South Florida to improve whatever the issue is that we're trying to work on. So if you ever wonder how many of these things are important and spending the time that it takes to do it, that example of 5 years worth of work or 6 years worth of work that paid off in the end with amazing results. It is now also translated into the state with an amazing increased program at the state level. So Joanna, thank you for everything you have done these years, because you are the godmother, the whatever, the queen of coral. As much as you would think, because Hawaii has a whole different set of circumstances, but they are struggling as much as we are with our coral. The team we have here and folks we have in Florida working on it's a world class. And as one of them. So thank you for helping.
Yes.
Commissioner Furr?
Thank you. Just to echo some of that, I'm so heartened the fact that you're there right now. I mean, when I'm hearing you note to ask FEMA to do this, to be able to include us in all these different things, to tie it in with all the assessments, having you there makes such a difference. I mean, I can't imagine anybody else there. So thank you. And I'm glad that finally the FWC and the EPA, oh my God. That was like, are they ever going to talk to each other? But
Very much.
hearing that there's at least, there's a bit of a plan going, that is fantastic here. Because I think we've been patient on it.
Absolutely.
And I think it was a strategic way to go about it. And, not to go poking the bear, but to let the two agencies kind of figure it out. And it sounds like they did. It sounds like, and I hope what you'll do is give this body the challenges that we can do, that we can take on. Because you know what those are. When you're talking about the vulnerability assessment, I was just thinking about that because now every county has to do a vulnerability assessment. Tying it in with FEMA and with the coral reef, I hadn't thought, I don't know if that, I know we're doing a huge vulnerability assessment right now. I don't know if the coral reef is part of that, and maybe you do, I don't.
Staff is working on it.
Okay, all right, good. Because it made me think, oh man, I hope we're doing that. but hopefully everybody's doing that and now we have reason to do it. So just a big thank you. Go ahead.
You Chair, just a very quick question, Joanna. Thank you so much for everything. I seem to recall a couple of years back that there was legislation by the West prohibiting sunscreens of a certain type, and that there was conversation about preempting of local governments to recommend that. Did that ever pass? No,
I don't know, sorry.
that's okay.
Key West passed it and they got preempted by the state.
That's what I thought. So I think that there's a redemption in place.
They tried.
They preempted something? I'm shocked.
To Paul's, no. So the other, question I had, you had mentioned
Right.
in our communication with me that there's some emergency planning, that there's language that needs to be incorporated, I think. Only it's maybe.
Yes,
touch upon that.
absolutely. So in your, in the hazard mitigation plans, local level, anybody who can, include them in the 5-county, area of the reef, we highly encourage it. That way you'll be eligible for funding.
Include what?
Oh, yeah, well, I'm happy to provide some the content.
Okay.
It's basically just a placeholder language that says we want to include projects related to coral reefs restoration. And we can make it generic enough that it can cover a suite of different things like.
Right, so, okay, so we can follow up on that.
Sure,
and At
absolutely.
least help our counties get that
Absolutely.
language in.
And I apologize, I don't know if the city would have the same type of plan, but I know the counties have them.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Before I take up the next item, I want to make one quick announcement, or maybe two. I did a quick count in the room we had, and people are coming, going, but we've had between 75 and 80 people present and an additional 27 currently online. So we're somewhere between 100 and 110 attendees here, which is a great testament to both of our executive directors. Well, thank you for the great job. And I hope Catherine Fallon is in the room.
Cheers.
Okay. Our next topic is the Marine Research Hub, connecting the dots of Florida's blue economy. I asked for this to be on today's agenda because my top priority, I know we all have different priorities as elected officials. My top priority has been bringing high-paid jobs to Broward County. I've done this in a lot of ways, building trades, but one of them is the blue economy, which doesn't get enough attention. When most people talk about university-based marine research, they think of either Woods Hole, Massachusetts, or San Diego. What is not well known is that South Florida, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and St. Lucie counties. I'm not aware of any in Martin or Indian River, but Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and through FAU in St. Lucie County have the largest concentration of university-based marine research in the nation. And we need to let more people know about that, because with the university-based marine research should be coming the high-tech jobs that are the clean and high-paid jobs. And in order to further discuss this, I know the 4 universities, University of Miami, FAU, FIU, and FAU, created UM, FAU, FIU, and NOVA, created the Marine Research Hub with the South Florida Marine Industries Association to try and publicize this. The new executive director of the Marine Research Hub is Catherine O'Fallon. Catherine, thank you for being here today. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate Senator Geller for inviting me to share with you all on behalf of the Marine Research Hub. I'm happy to have joined the Marine Research Hub just a few short months ago. Prior to joining the Marine Research Hub as the executive director, I was a Broward County school board employee working with the New River Middle School Marine Science Magnet Program. So my background is marine science, and I hope I can project my voice loud enough like a good former teacher. So today, I just want to share with you guys, everyone, about the Marine Research Hub. Some people may have heard of it, bits here and there, but now I really want to show you how the Marine Research Hub is going to connect the dots for Florida's blue economy. Oh, am I going the right way? There. Oh, I'm sorry, got a little blur. So you've heard of the blue economy, bits and pieces here, but really what the blue economy is all about economic growth, improved livelihood and jobs, and our ocean ecosystem health. And a lot of people have been referring now to the new blue economy, where they're really bringing in the data-driven, knowledge-based part of that to it, so that we're making decisions about taking care of our ocean and our jobs and our economy all together based on the knowledge that we are getting from our oceans as our scientists. And Florida is the center of the global issue. Everything that you've just heard about our coral reefs, about our shorelines, about our infrastructure, everything is happening here in Florida. So we are at the forefront of all of these global issues. So why not? Why isn't Florida? Why aren't we well known for being the blue economy space? We are in bits and pieces, but it's almost like we're a hidden gem, and we don't want to be hidden anymore. We want everyone to know this is where it is. And the opportunity is here. Basically, the blue economy has three parts to it: economic growth, healthy ecosystem, and our thriving communities. All of it can work together. It is, they're saying that the ocean blue economy is expected to reach $3 trillion and 40 million jobs worldwide by 2030. That's not that far off. Florida already has, especially South Florida, already has some, but there's so many more opportunities that we don't want to miss. And some of the fastest growing expected areas of the blue economy are dealing with marine aquaculture, fisheries processing, energy, and port activities. And Florida has it all, especially South Florida, but Florida in general. And taking care of our ecosystem is essential for us because, as we all know, 71% of our Earth is ocean and 29% is land. But by that same number, 2030, over 9 billion people are going to need protein source. And right now, the most of our protein is coming from that 29%, where we can live sustainably, taking advantage of our resources that are in the ocean and giving us more of our nutrients that we need while still taking care of our ocean, so that it does everything that we need it to do sustainably. And so that's where the opportunity is. And we all know Florida has all of the pieces to that puzzle. Why everybody comes here to vacation, why not come here to live and solve our problems, take care of our environment, at the same time creating jobs, hardening our infrastructure, and ultimately taking care of all our most precious resource, our natural environment as well. And so the mission of the Marine Research Hub is to do all of those things. Our job at the Marine Research Hub is to bring all that collaboration together so that we're not working in silos. We're going to need to break down those silos so that we can research, the education, the government, private industry, all of it, economic development. We can drive and support research-based solutions that are going to create jobs, build business, harden our infrastructure, and create a positive impact for our systems, because that's really what it comes down to. It's not exclusive. We don't have to just take care of the marine environment and make money. They are codependent. They can work together, and we can have it all. And why not here in Florida? And so the ocean of potential, as Senator Geller said, is here. Florida Atlantic, Florida International, and Nova Southeastern and University of Miami all joined the consortium when Marine Research Hub was founded back in 2017. So that was before my time. But they all knew and recognized that this was essential for people to leverage our community here. It was essential to get that research out of the lab, because the best research that stays in the lab is not going to impact the world. And a lot of researchers, I am a researcher, marine biologist, also my background, and I know people who love doing research, and that's great. But now we got to connect that research to those entrepreneurs, to those problem solvers, so that they can all work together to solve our problems. And as Senator Geller said, we have a great concentration of marine industry, marine research happening right here down in South Florida. But in Florida in general, we have the same number in Florida, the same number of universities with marine focused tracks as California does. why we're not taking advantage and supporting that research getting out to be commercialized and monetized is what we need to solve and what we need to start pushing along so we can have the best of the world, what we've got here in South Florida, taking care of our environment and our industry and jobs. So here's our founding members that were part of the Marine Research Hub in 2017. So it not only included the universities, but also all the economic development groups of South Florida from Miami, from West Palm Beach, Miami, and Broward together. But we can expand. We're not just limited to this area. And there's opportunities for more members to join the Marine Research Hub. So this is how the Marine Research Hub looks. I know it's a little small, so if anybody wants to, I'll be happy to share this as well. But I'm a very visual person, so seeing how we connect. So the Marine Research Hub is in the center, connecting all the dots and breaking down those silos so that if people are looking to come and put their business here that is going to be a blue economy business, we can connect them with the economic development. We can connect them with the research. So they still need to do some pilot programs. We can connect them with that. We also connect with the government policy because if we put forth all of these solutions, but we don't have policy in place to protect it, it may not work. Also breaking down some of the policies that maybe can implement some of these projects and pilots to happen faster. So that we can see this sustain, along with the incubators and accelerators, because someone might have a great idea and a great solution, but they don't know how to get it to that next level, and then connecting them with the investors and people who are going to fund these programs. So it's all here, and I like to say it's kind of a working document because I want to add a whole bunch more that you can't even read this until you look really close. And one of the first things that the Marine Research Hub did a number of years ago was bringing more investable solutions to South Florida. Ocean Exchange is an accelerator program that has 3 tracks that you can win funding for your company, $100,000 for each program. And Marine Research Hub has been a sponsor for, co-sponsor for one of the Neptune tracks. But Ocean Exchange was not here about 4 years ago. It was actually up in Savannah, Georgia. Why not here was where they needed to be, because this is the epicenter for all of these solutions to come from. And so Marine Research Hub came here, brought the Ocean Exchange program here. It happens at the end of October, right before the boat show. It's 2.5 days of amazing investable companies that are coming here to South Florida. They should also, they're from all over the world. They could be here in South Florida, testing and piloting their projects, along with having their company based here to create more jobs. And so over this 2 days, there was over 173 applicants. 24 of them were presenting here in South Florida. And the amazing thing was, there was only 3 winners, but everyone had such amazing solutions that could be placed right here in South Florida. And so I wanted to show you a couple of them quick. The one who won up here in the corner was called No Feed. No Feed actually is a Tanzanian-based company in Africa that is actually taking waste products from the restaurants and the markets and converting it into a algae-based aquaculture feedstock. So they're actually taking a waste product that creates more methane and things in the waste management facilities, and now they're actually making it into a feedstock. Instead of taking that feedstock that would be created from soybean products and other human consumable products, they're actually making it into product for aquaculture. A couple others that presented was 2 companies that are using algae as their source. One is it's a compostable biodegradable plastic packaging. So all that packaging that you get when you get your Amazon products, right? I know it kills me sometimes when you see all that, even though it says recyclable, how many people actually put it into those recycling? They're actually taking and making it seaweed-based plastic packaging so that it will decompose in a home composting system between approximately about 40 to 60 days, I believe. Then down here in the other corner is Kintra Fibers. Kintra Fibers actually stayed after the Ocean Exchange and presented at our Marine Research Hub Summit on board our boat at the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show. And we actually presented Kintra Fibers and Water Warriors to a number of people from the community. Hopefully next year, we will invite some of you guys can join us as well to hear about some of these amazing companies that are coming about. But Kintra Fibers is also a seaweed-based company. They're taking the polyester clothing, when you have polyester, that's poly is actually plastic that's in your clothing. So it does over time, the microfibers get into the air. So they're taking that piece out of it and putting it with seaweed so that it will actually be a biodegradable, compostable clothing item. Not biodegradable in a home composting system. It's not going to break down while you're wearing it. I know people think that every time. They're like, it will be in a waste management composting system around the same time, about 60 some days. And then the last one that I wanted to kind of touch on, because this is such a hot topic for us here in South Florida, especially, is our water quality. And Water Warriors has created what they call Poseidon pellets. Well, they will actually absorb phosphorus on contact with water, absorb that phosphorus. When it becomes saturated, those same pellets can then be put back out for fertilizer. So it's an amazing product. And I think I had a video, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work. We'll see. A real quick one. Let's see if it plays. And if not, I will send it. There. Bam.
We're here for the creeks, the streams, the rivers, the lakes, and ocean that feed life on our water planet. But there's a problem. It's nutrient contamination, namely the phosphorus, and it's everywhere. Nutrient pollution is one of our most challenging environmental problems, resulting in compromised water from our smallest stream to our coastlines. It's a menace, impacting human health and causing millions of dollars in damage. You end up with water you can't drink, swim, or fish in. This contaminated water currently exits to the ocean, where they hope dilution is the answer to the problem. And Water Warriors is here to offer simple solutions that capture harmful nutrients from our water. Poseidon pellets were developed to absorb phosphorus on contact, so issues like algae blooms and loss of marine life never happen. And then we return the nutrients to the land as a slow-release fertilizer. And here's how it works. Water simply flows through our insoluble pellets, and phosphorus stays behind. When the pellets reach capacity, the nutrients are returned to the land as a slow-release fertilizer. It can also be used in canals and waterways that lead to the ocean. All the water that ever was or ever will be is here now. That's how water should be treated.
All right, so Water Warriors is a company that presented at Ocean Exchange. I've been in touch with them. They've been working and applied for some DEP activity funding as well. And oops, my bad, too far. And they are very interested in being down here in South Florida. And I think we're trying to connect them with some of the research that's going on because we've already got some of the data. So why not pilot some of these in different waterways? We got the data already collected from a lot of the universities and research. Pilot some of these here in our waterways and canals, and then they collect the data and see, because this is a great space for them. And why are they up in Kentucky when they should be down here in South Florida? So this is a quick list of company. These are a list of all the finalists that presented at Ocean Exchange. This is what Marine Research Hub is all about, is finding these different solution-based research companies and bringing them to our attention and our focus and showing them what opportunity is here in South Florida and raising up the universities that we have and the solutions that we have coming out of our universities and getting them that exposure. And so quickly, I just want to go through and touch on a couple so you guys think about some of the solutions that are right here in South Florida, because these are right here in our backyard. We know that sea level rise is an issue that we have to start addressing right now. In Broward alone, it's going to be almost just under under $9 million. We have 200 miles of shorelines just in Fort Lauderdale, almost 10,000 miles in Florida. And one solution is not going to fit all, because you're going to have canals and that are going to be right on the water that are going to need to deal with that wave action, the wave absorption. You're going to have some that are on the rivers and upstream a bit that are going to just need to be maybe habitats and homes for our different to continue our biodiversity, because that's also essential for our livelihood. And so a couple solutions that are coming out right here, right now in Miami is a company called Kind Design. They have what are called their living seawall design. So this is actually a 3D printed seawall. It's using more natural materials, and it doesn't have the rebarb in it, and it is considered 5 times longer in longevity than what we currently have. And it can actually be 3D printed right on site. So their model is, they're in Miami right now. March, they're going to be starting with their first private installation in Miami, on Miami Beach. And they're also working with another private installation in Necker Island, Richard Branson. And they're going to start, the idea is that they could build it for a contractor, or they can help them and start supplying them with the blueprints and different materials and supplies and stuff to actually build them on site. So this is one solution, and it creates biodiversity for organisms, and you can even put sensors into them so you can collect water quality data as well. Another couple up and coming ones that are brand new that I've just been, popping up a little bit is a company called Fenex. They are actually started in the flood barrier windows and doors. And now they're thinking, well, why don't we take that same concept and use it for some walls, different types of seawalls that don't obstruct the views. Now, is that going to be a solution in every place? Not necessarily, but like I said, we're going to need more than one solution. Smart Seawall technology is based here in Florida as well. They are patenting their technology to absorb and redirect that wave energy. And they have a couple different models, and they're just getting started, but they need the resources that the Marine Research Hub is going to connect them: economic development, research, piloting programs, funding, and also, like I said, policy in order to help push some of these pilot programs through. And then jobs are all of those things, because like I said, millions and millions of dollars to repair our seawalls. You're going to need those jobs to do that. Another solution that's just current research, if you've been following, had just gotten a huge grant from about $19 million from the Department of Defense. So the Defense Department is actually putting big money right now into reef and hybrids reef systems, because guess what? They have 1,700 military installations that are on coastal waters, billions of dollars that need to be protected. So right now, is leading the charge with all of the other universities here in the Southeast region. In the Gulf of Mexico, Rutgers is leading with their oyster bed technology, and then University of Hawaii is doing the Pacific side. But what's coming out is these reef structures that are going to have a base that will absorb the waves, and then you'll have the reefs on top of it, the coral reefs, the oyster bed reefs. So now you're not only protecting our coastlines from the wave action, but also creating habitat, creating more reef opportunities. And so once this is done with the defense, obviously it's going to be the opportunity for commercialization as well. So there's some really great things happening around that. Plus we have the whole aquaculture, like I mentioned at the beginning. Aquaculture is also going to be a big rising trend. And basically, we have to find a food source to feed those different aquacultures. So that's where no feed comes in. And there's actually a company that just started here in my Fort Lauderdale area that actually comes and picks up composting materials. So they will come to your home. They will pick up the things that you would normally compost, but maybe you don't have space for it in your backyard, or you don't have a backyard, but they can do that at restaurants, at different markets and things. And then maybe we can get no feed to also their technology to come here, build up here, and take that waste product, put it in creating aquaculture. We have a lot of aquaculture research that's actually happening at FAU, dealing with pompano fish, queen conch, and marine algae. Like I said, seaweed's on the rise as well. There's a lot of new companies that are coming into that space, but they're also recognizing the fact that there's only so much seaweed. So we also have to start creating more sustainable uses of our seaweed as well, so that we have that for the opportunities, jobs. And then a huge one that a lot of people hear about, and I think is one that we just don't have the funding and the research resources towards, is the medical applications. I have been hearing about medical applications in marine studies since I was leaving undergrad, when classmates of mine were extracting sponges and looking for the medicinal values. It's still there, But we've actually had to save many of our corals and our sponges that are, some are no longer in existence. But guess what? They're just in a major vaults in different places throughout the country. And one of those places that they're saving, keeping some of those algae and different marine animals and organisms that have basically gone extinct is FAU. FAU has a place where they're keeping all of that, and they're doing a number of different research applications. They've actually found, and it's it looks good on this one, but it doesn't look so good over here. Sorry, guys. They've identified some natural products in sponges that will block cells from dividing. Well, cells dividing is the reason that is the basis of cancer spreading. And so all of these applications are going to need those jobs. They're going to need the researchers. They're going to need the space. They're going to need that ability to delve deeper into really exploring what we don't know. I used to, when I would tell my students, they'd open up their first day of marine biology when I have them in class, and I'd say on the first page of the paper, I would say, that whole page, we know one period on that page, if that was the ocean. We know one period of knowledge of what we know about the ocean. There's so much that we still don't know, and so much that we're still learning, that we have to be willing to kind of take that knowledge and apply it to finding new solutions for us. Oops, I went backwards. And basically, that's it. The Marine Research Hub is all about connecting the dots, finding and bringing those research-based solutions to the surface so that we can create those jobs, build business, harden our infrastructure, and really ultimately take care of our backyard, because that is what people come from all over the world to see, is our backyard. I tell my students this all the time. People travel from all over the world to come to what we have right here in our backyard. And we have to make sure that we are taking care of it, but we're also utilizing it to enhance our livelihood and to benefit our society. And so if we're always looking for the perfect solution, we're never going to find anything. So these companies that are rising up and developing are the solutions that we need to support now. And they're also going to not only support our environment, but our economy as well. And that is it. I have an amazing board of directors who they started this back in 2017 because they were sitting around and realized we've got all of this research. We've got all of these resources. We've got the marine industry. Everyone's connected in some way, shape, or form to the marine environment here in South Florida. Why are we not leveraging that more? And that's how the Marine Research Hub started. And so I've been fortunate to join. And if anyone has any questions and want to get involved, because we are going to need support. And I'll let Senator Geller continue with that some more. So thank you for having me. Thank you for listening, and I'll take.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fallon. And again, I've been a judge at Ocean Exchange. This is the Marine Research Hub really has the potential to bring many high-paid jobs to Southeast Florida, along with dealing with our environmental issues. I did put $50,000 matching grant in Broward County, conditioned on Dade and Palm Beach, matching it from their governments. It has never been taken up because neither Dade nor Palm Beach has yet matched it. I'm hoping that with what you're hearing today, that we will be able to get Dade and Palm Beach on board. And I know there's a lot of questions. First, Coach.
Oh, and I do want to, one more thing is that there is a bill being put forth now by Representative Kelly Skidmore. It's Bill 527 for the Office of the Blue Economy. And we have been, currently our funding for the Marine Research Hub has come from the state, thanks to to Chip LaMarca for pushing that through. But we can't do this without having more support from the counties. And that is where Senator Geller has, this was put forth a few years ago, right before COVID, but now it's time he's pushing it forward again. So.
Co-Chair Bernice.
Sorry.
Kathy, would the regional planning council, South Florida and Treasure Coast be considered hub worthy?
Yes. Yes. I think you guys would, considering the presentation that Ms. Joanna just gave before, the support you guys have been given for the reefs and that, for sure, without a doubt.
How do we go about?
Yes, would be affiliate membership, or can we?
So we are still working on, so yes, partnerships and sponsorships, and I can send you more information about how, if you guys would like to, for funding purposes, but also for partnership purposes as well. Yeah, funding
Very
purposes.
good.
Yeah, well, for presentation, I was just thinking of, in my life, I'm a water bug, and so I've surfed my whole life, and one of the first groups 40 years ago were the surfers. And I'm just surprised that a lot more industries haven't been brought into the hub. There's a lot of people that rely on beautiful, clean water, and boating industry, the surfing industry, on and on and on. It's just, it's tons of people that could be brought into the hub.
Yes, and that is definitely our goal, and I appreciate you saying. So I just was brought in October of this year. So prior to that, the Marine Research Hub was basically taken care of by our board of directors, who also have other jobs. So they just kind of kept it alive. And now it's my job to bring all of these solutions to the focus, to bring in more sponsorships, to bring in more membership, to bring all that stuff in. So that is why Senator Geller wanted me to come and speak with all of you, so that you can also use your connectivity to help support and get more exposure for the hub. So if there's any presentations that I can do, please invite me. I'm more than happy to talk, as you guys can tell.
We will. We're going to take two more questions, Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Davis, after which I will briefly introduce for some brief remarks the mayor of Broward County, who has joined us. After which, while they're putting lunch out, we're going to take a quick group picture, then we'll grab lunch. So in that order, Commissioner Smith.
Sure, thank you, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could clone 1,000 of you and put them in our education system, Florida wouldn't have any worries. That was great, fantastic.
Thank you.
One caution on the phosphorus pelletized process. South Florida probably more specifically doesn't need an ounce of any more phosphorus in our soils.
Nope.
We're doing everything humanly possible to get rid of it.
Mhm.
So the idea of encapsulating it into a product that puts it back out in our soils, to leach back into the water system that gets back out into our waterways, into the reef, is what we spent probably the last 8-9 years figuring out. How do we reposition biosolids? How do we reprocess everything to get rid of phosphorus? So I would caution you on just that one.
One little, well, and that, I appreciate that. I would definitely.
There's probably a reason why they're in Kentucky. Kentucky probably needs phosphorus. We do not. So if they want to pelletize it here and ship it to Kentucky,
Send it somewhere else.
that would be a really cool thing.
Perfect. I will definitely share that feedback with them. I think their kind of goal was to not put more on, like what you're saying is there's
But that
orbit
in fact is doing.
that might, yeah. Well, you're right. You don't have to. You can send it somewhere else. You don't have to actually take it. Yeah.
Kentucky would be great.
Or
Minnesota.
Very good suggestion.
Texas also needs lots of phosphorus in their soil. They have like none. Another great state to ship it to.
So for them as a company to put that in there, as far as it can be shipped to other places for it, might be just a little bit that they need. That's a great suggestion. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis,
Thank you. Thank
to
you,
which we are moving on.
Catherine. Thank you. Very good. And creating jobs is essential. I'm wondering, are we creating enough graduates to fill those jobs? I know we're struggling to hire engineers and scientists. We're just not graduating enough of them as a general matter. Is part of the calculus here for you to help this through the STEM programs and other programs to encourage people to go into these fields? Because I don't think we're seeing enough graduates right now.
I agree with you. At this moment, I will speak at where if the STEM programs I'm actually working with, we work with JA and mods and things so that they'll take on that academic side of it. But as far as me doing that piece, it'll be more of the connection. And then when we get more than just me on board, yes, we hope to support that for all of the sectors as well. Yeah, because you're right. More students going in and being aware of these economic opportunities, I think is what we're gonna start doing.
And then I think what you just did, to Michael's point, that show that you just showed, if kids could see where you could end up.
Yeah.
versus you're just getting a degree and how do you apply it is a whole nother story. But
Yeah.
most, if not all, those industries are really cool, doing cool stuff.
It's very,
And my guess is if graduates or undergraduates could see what was available to them and bringing these businesses to Florida, linking them all together with the system.
Yeah.
You can see where that can go.
yeah, that's definitely going to be part of it. That's one of the little bubbles down there is the public school system and other education opportunities for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're about to get.
So with that, on behalf of the South Florida and Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, we know how to treat our guests well. Have some fun.
At this time, we are running 2 to 3 minutes late, which isn't bad. I would like to introduce the mayor of Broward County for some brief remarks, after which we'll be taking a group photo. So please don't leave. And Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Udine was here until a couple minutes ago, sitting right over there, right?
All right. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is before noon. Welcome to Broward County. Normally, thank you. Normally, I would apologize for not being here at 10 o'clock to do the welcome, but I have to ask a quick question. How many of you are grandparents? Okay. So my morning started the best day ever. I had Grandparents' Day, my children's school, my child's school. So I'm just like, still on cloud 9 and enjoying that day for my little 4-year-old Madison. She's such a sweetheart. So she could show me her classroom and all the teachers. So again, I apologize for being late, but really not really, because I needed to be there. Just a quick couple of remarks. I am so blessed every day to serve with 3 individuals who are on the council here, and that is our own Senator Geller, your chair, Commissioner Bean Fur, and of course, Commissioner Michael Udine, all of whom have served as mayors of Broward County. But to have their knowledge and expertise on our board is really, truly a blessing to me as I joined in 2018. So, and you're blessed to have them on your board. So I think a trifecta is a perfect thing, Senator, for us to have the planning council here. Just quickly, collaborative is obviously a very important word for me this year. And thank you for collaborating. Thank you for serving, number one, but thank you for collaborating together on many issues, affordable housing, solid waste, sustainability, et cetera. That's the most important to us as a county commission. In October of last year, you came together, of course, and had the solid waste conference. And I know Commissioner Fur was excited about that, as he is truly our rock star when it comes to that subject on our board. So, but thank you for coming together. Very informational for us to learn from your expertise. So continue to have that flow to us at Broward County. Again, Senator Geller is extremely seasoned as a public official. And so have him as our chair. Truly, I'm so proud to have him here sit in that position. So have a great conference. Thank you again for all you do for us. Continue the hard work, working together, and make it a great day. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where do you want the picture? Of that wall or?
I think we should go in here.
Okay,
I don't-
well, if everybody,
We have a lot.
we're going to take a quick group picture. If I can ask staff if they can start piling up lunch wherever. I think it's going to be on that table.
Yes, it's.
Okay, so as soon as we are done with the picture.
Yeah,
Okay,
you don't want to be backlit.
I hear you.
wherever, okay, that will,
I don't think we.
Get everybody in there.
I was gonna say it.
no, I just mean as far down as, or in front of this. Okay, right in front of this table right here.
Front and back.
So if I could ask everybody in the room to come over right here in the middle in front of this table. Everyone in the room. All right, we're going to stand right here. Yep. Yeah, no. Okay, I don't know how we're going to do this, but I was told we're taking it from this. Okay. How do we do? Right here. You're in charge. Amy Rose. Okay. Four people.
AB.
Okay, we're gonna have to.
Years.
Start handing me chairs.
Oh.
Okay.
That'd be the best idea.
But yeah, no, you about it.
Everybody else.
What are you doing? If I may.
Oh.
All right, well, that we're doing.
Yeah.
And as students, we're done with pictures, we'll do lots. Get back there. Charger, I'm sure.
Yeah. that's what I'm gonna do.
Now it's gonna look weird. You
I
don't.
know.
Guys get yours, and I'll get mine.
All right.
I'm sitting.
There I go. I used to. No.
Hey guys, it's better if you come out here
Yeah.
and then you can stand on the chairs. That way mine fits.
Mine fit too, but let's get it first. Get it, got it.
All right. And us now.
Yeah, they
We need to Isabel.
Isabel goes.
I have no balance on it.
Get it for you once they get it. Yeah, I will. Guys, come. Comes down.
All right.
Front here, and then we'll go. Yeah, so let's start looking at them first. Come on. I'll get it. I have to get it. Are we too close?
Yeah.
I'm ready. 1, 2. Got it.
Next.
Okay, don't move.
Next.
Big smiles, everyone. Got it.
Next.
1, 2, 3. Got it.
That row.
Great, look. You want me to help you get it? Ladies, do it. Okay, I got it. Wait.
Oh, you're done.
Tina, thank you. Can you share what you have done? Yes, Tina. Yep, I'm here. You want me to let her drop it? Very well done, very well. So what? Phone number. 554. I know.
I thought I'd say.
Moving right along.
How are you doing? Fine, how are you? The family?
Thank you, Bina.
You're welcome.
Your help. Very much.
That I gotta get my selfie. I had to get it.
I'm shocked.
Later, I'm waiting for Myers, Daniel.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I feel like this is great.
Here, I think. Good. And
Yes.
advocate of their- and they have the create a lot of jobs.
That's so cute.
It was a great privilege.
Very, I thought so.
I asked her to send it to me.
She,
Yeah, no, it's great.
fine, but I think that today she did. I think this will help her.
I want to share it with the environmental science magnet and self-presentation.
Those emails this morning, we're trying to get you ready for your town hall.
Get to, I haven't seen it. I might never do something.
They'll have it.
What's your son doing this week?
Hey, mentioned to you that he's working with Candace Harris.
Yeah.
I'm
always like getting out. I have to work with you.
Yeah, the candidates. Talking about our lobby.
I take.
We've got this hotel. So it's interesting. He's not like. Kind of environment. She wasn't there. You got something? Get it wrong on the class. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say this for his office.
Thank you for asking. He's doing well. I'll let you, thank you, and I'll let you know where he ends up.
He's any words of strategy? I'm happy to do that.
I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you.
This is a working lunch, so grab your food and immediately sit down. That's done on time.
Yes, sir.
You know, at the SFRPC, when I say we have German, we sometimes go to 12:02. We're done at noon.
People make plans. Oh, well, I know.
I got one.
I mean, I'll probably eat it.
11:15, 11:30, my pets get antsy feet. I can see them in there.
You know,
Once you get your sandwich, please sit down.
We're next to the farm.
Oh.
Jump on 9:05. 8:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. It was closer for me to get to this for 3 hours this tour. I got here in 35 minutes. Well, I'm all the way south. And I got. Right. So I got on.
Good for you.
I know. It takes me about an hour.
Maybe not. Speaking of people. Stewart.
Oh, wow.
Further up.
You have anything?
I think that was from Indiana. Sure. He may be. They're definitely.
He's actually in Martin, but he's at the very top of Martin.
I agree.
Oh, no. I like the end. I spread out.
Yeah.
Ridiculously.
Very little tides, you can feel the heat of water and you know. Is there like a green line on?
No, they don't.
They're only above, but just.
Get back. I know, right? I just want to say I had a few people I haven't seen, and then it's like, come on, it's been a long week. Give us like 5 minutes to. Honestly, it helps bring you recharge a little bit. I know. Like, oh my gosh. Like, good things to like reset a little bit. So do you have any fun as you take a bite? Anything planned for the weekend? Don't worry, chew. We're actually at the Delray Beach Opens tonight. How was your last night?
Oh, dude, with the ball.
Lovely. It was so nice. So you guys are going there today?
If I could get your attention,
What the hell?
everybody.
Could be apartments. That's what.
Can we get your attention, please?
Sunday night.
That's good. We're gonna have
I'm good, thank you.
a time to lunch and learn. So if you could keep it down. Gonna hear a presentation during lunch that's very interesting on affordable housing legislation. And our featured guest speaker is Cody Glazer. Cody,
Oh, nice time.
are you here?
Yeah, see, I saw him online. He's by webinar.
Oh, he's by webinar.
He's zooming in. He's
I
on
got you.
webinar.
Cody, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The sky, wherever you're coming from.
What are you doing in Delray? Maybe we could go out in Delray. River City. Welcome.
Should I go ahead and kick it off?
Yeah, it's go ahead, the floor is yours.
Cool. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Hopefully this will be the good learning part. You guys look wonderful in the picture you just took, so cheers there. My name is Cody Glazer. I'm the Legal and Policy Director of the Florida Housing Coalition. I was asked today to provide a presentation to you all about this upcoming 2023 legislative session and what it means for affordable housing. This is gonna be a very exciting, busy, impactful session when it comes to affordable housing policy. So I'm here to provide some updates for y'all on the big bill, the Live Local Act, and I'm sure many of you have heard by now. But I'll just kind of take it away and give you all the summary of that and then leave a lot of time for discussion and questions about the impacts of the bill. A little bit about my organization for a second. We are a statewide nonprofit that's primarily a training and technical assistance provider. We primarily work with local governments and nonprofit housing developers to just build more housing. So we do a lot of local action plans, work with community land trusts, do land use planning and design.
And probably the most relevant thing to you all is that we are contracted by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation through this Affordable Housing Catalyst program at the bottom there on the screen. So we are able to provide free training and technical assistance to any local government that requests it. The state pays us to do that. So if you ever have any sort of questions or technical assistance needs about affordable housing, that's what we are here for. So jumping right into the legislative stuff for this session. And first, kind of starting off a little bit of history, because I think it's very relevant to kind of center where we are this session, why this session is going to be so historic when it comes to affordable housing. We have these two statewide groups right now that are really focused on one mission, which is to fully fund our state's affordable housing trust fund programs. And so I'm going to start with the monopoly cards on the right side of the screen. That is what's called the Sadowski Coalition. And so what the Sadowski Coalition is a group of now 40 statewide organizations from all across the political spectrum, industry, affordable housing advocates, local governments, regional planning councils that are all joined together for one purpose: to fully fund our state's affordable housing trust fund programs. It started off as 11 groups back in the early 90s. Now we're over 40. Then the requirements to be in this group are you have to be a statewide organization with a lobbying presence in Tallahassee who have made fully funding affordable housing their top priority. The left side of the screen are Sadowski affiliates. That's the group that I lead up. It's basically everyone else. So all local nonprofits, local housing advocates, local governments, just to help you provide tools to you all to how to speak to your representatives, to your legislatures about affordable housing issues and provide assistance and education through the Sadowski affiliates. And it's a little bit of just history, again, just kind of framing kind of why this session is such a big deal. What are the Sadowski Trust Funds? So the Sadowski Act was passed in 1992, 31 years ago. And what it did was it created, for the first time in Florida, a dedicated revenue stream just for affordable housing initiatives across the state. And so the Sadowski Trust Funds are actually two different trust funds. There's the State Housing Trust Fund, which funds the SAIL program, which is our state's affordable rental housing program that's administered by Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And then you have the Local Government Housing Trust Fund, which, you can guess it, deploys money through the SHIP program to 120 local governments across the state for local affordable housing initiatives. So Sadowski Trust Funds, two trust funds, you got a state one and a local one. How they're funded each and every year is through a percentage of documentary stamp taxes. So doc stamp taxes collected on real estate transactions. So basically the way the nexus is, the hotter the real estate market, right? The more sales, the higher dollar amount of sales, the more money is put into these affordable housing trust funds. So the Sadowski Act created the mechanism to fund the trust funds and then created these programs that the trust funds support. Right now, in this session and really the last two sessions, we are in sort of this new era, so to speak, for the Sadowski Trust Funds. And what we mean by that is this is already thankfully recent history, but there's about a 20-year stretch there that we fondly refer to as the Stop the Sweeps era, where the legislature had a nasty habit of taking monies collected in those two trust funds and then diverting them to other purposes, called the Stop the Sweeps era. And every single year was a fight to try to make sure the legislature stopped the sweeps and appropriated all the money collected for housing to affordable housing programs. As of 2021, so the 2 sessions ago now, there are technically no more sweeps allowed by law. And so Senate Bill 2512, 2021, first permanently cut the amount that goes into these trust funds for affordable housing by 50%, but came with language that said whatever's left of the trust funds may not be transferred to general revenue. And so right now in state law, we have language saying that these two Sadowski trust funds cannot be swept for things that are not affordable housing. This last bullet here, I say the law, quote unquote, prevents future sweeps because whatever the legislature giveth, they can always taketh away. And so at any point, they could repeal this law, they could ignore it. So every year, we're still going to have to be vigilant about fully funding our affordable housing programs. But I will say that for these next 2 sessions, we are in a really good spot. And we do expect full funding of affordable housing programs for at least the next 2 years. Then when the next Senate or House leadership comes on, might be a different question. But for now, we're in a good spot. So what to expect in the 2023 legislative session? This has been a big talk of the town in Tallahassee for the last 6 months or so, and you've probably seen a lot of news articles about this. But the new Senate President, Kathleen Passidomo from Naples, has legitimately made affordable housing her top priority. And so just a little bit of history about Senator Passidomo is that back in 2017, her very first term as senator, she was the first senator of either party to sponsor a bill back then that would have stopped the sweeps in 2017. So she has had a good housing record her entire term in the Senate, and we expect no different in her 2 years as Senate president. So we do expect full funding of those Sadowski trust funds that I referred to, and actually they're being super funded, which we'll talk about in a second. And we also expect a number of substantive policy bills that address affordable housing tools as well. And so the rest of my time today, I'm going to go through the big bill of the session that has been coined the Live Local Act via Senate Bill 102 and House Bill 627, that are 93-page bills that really are the vehicle this session for a number of affordable housing policies. So I'm going to try to do my best to summarize a 93-page bill in about 15 minutes, and then open up to any questions, comments that y'all have. So you'll see here, and I'm glad I'm speaking to this RPC grouping today because the people who are sponsoring the Live Local Act are from Miami-Dade. So on the Senate Bill 102 side, you have Senator Calatayud from Miami-Dade. On the House side, you have Rep. Basada Cabrera from Miami-Dade as well. These bills are identical in nature, which is kind of a sign that they're headed for fast tracking. Our sort of intel is that this could be one of the very first bills that heads to the governor's desk during session. It's going to be moving that quickly. And it addresses a lot of different housing things. Funding is a big one that the bill addresses. Also addresses some tax incentive policies and other changes as well that I'll go through today. So the first big thing to mention about the Live Local Act and why it is so historic in terms of the Sadowski Trust Fund programs is that the way the bill and both bills are identical in this regard is that they propose a record amount of funding for affordable housing in the state's history. So the bills propose $711 million for the state's affordable housing programs, and then possibly up to $100 million extra dollars in a brand new corporate tax donation program that goes directly to Florida housing. So potentially up to $811 million for this session for affordable housing programs. Being down in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County, the number may look small, and I agree. I think even though this is a record, like no one's under the impression this is going to solve the affordable housing crisis. I do think it's a really good step from where the legislature has been in recent years. Just comparing, here the last 3 years, the number has more than tripled since just 2 sessions ago in terms of total housing funding. So the bill proposes $252 million for the SHIP program. And as you'll see, that's almost double what it even was 2 years ago. The bill super funds the SAIL program, our affordable rental housing program. So it's proposed that $259 million goes to SAIL, which again, looking at the chart, is almost 5 times what it got last year. There's also $100 million in the bill for the Hometown Hero program. And if you were following along last session, this program was also funded. But last year, this Hometown Hero program was a down payment assistance program that was just for persons of certain careers. So he had to be like a frontline worker or essential service personnel. And it was very much the eligibility was tied to your occupation. This bill would actually change that. So it's no longer occupation based. Hometown Heroes would be open for down payment assistance to just any person up to 150% AMI that is a full-time employee of a Florida-based business. So they take out the occupational requirements for the Hometown Hero program. There's also $100 million for a new inflation response program at Florida Housing. And again, $100 million, up to $100 million for a new corporate tax donation program. So a lot of really good news here on the funding side of things. And I get it, this slide is going to be very small to y'all in the room. I believe the PowerPoint is maybe in front of you, or you all get it later for sure. But we have hot off the press estimates now for what each local government in these two RPCs are going to receive based on the current proposals in this bill. So just looking at Palm Beach County for a second, I mean, just probably 2 years ago, Palm Beach County is going to get almost double what it got in SHIP from 2 years ago, getting almost $12.5 million. You kind of go down the list and see your communities, see what you can expect this year from the SHIP program in this current proposal. I also have some numbers here for Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe County for the South Florida RPC. One comment about Broward County's funding that we estimate, and you'll see that Broward County has always sort of gotten disproportionately lower than other counties as a whole. And the reason for that is because you'll see here, there are so many entitlement cities within the county that takes money from the unincorporated county itself. So if you just compare Broward to Miami, I mean, one of the reasons why Miami-Dade is so much higher than Broward County, because Miami-Dade only has 5 cities that also get SHIP funds, but Broward has, over a dozen. That's sort of how it's broken out. Entitlement cities take money from the county, which is why Broward County is comparatively low. But still, looking at these numbers, the money this year is going to be double what it was even 2 years ago. So in the last couple of weeks since this bill came out, and please tell me if you have any questions along the way and try to figure a way to do that. But one of the things people ask me is, does this bill mean that the Sadowski Trust funds are fully funded? And the answer is yes and more. So what this bill does is it not only fully funds Sadowski, but it provides an extra $150 million a year for 10 years for the SAIL program. So there really is a focus this session on affordable rental housing because SAIL is our state's affordable rental housing program. So we can expect $1.5 billion in total over the next 10 years for the SAIL program. And the bill also, as you'll see here on this slide, breaks down how that extra $150 million is supposed to be spent. So if I were at the local level, I would be following for sure what Florida Housing Finance Corporation does with this extra $150 million, because they will have discretion on what sorts of funding programs they put out there. But at least 70% of it has to be used for rehab new construction projects, urban infill projects, mixed use housing, housing near military installations. And another 30% can be used specifically on using or leasing publicly owned lands, housing for adults aging out of foster care, and elderly persons, and housing in areas of rural opportunity. So if you have certain projects in your community that you're really trying to find ways to support, let's say that there's an urban infill project in your county or city that you really want to see get over the finish line but are having trouble with funding, this new pot of money for SAIL could be the way that you get that project built. So as we following what Florida Housing Finance does, once this bill passes, they'll be putting out rules and RFAs and all that. So just keep that in mind, that a lot more money coming down for affordable rental housing at the state level. So funding aside, this bill also has a whole bunch of other stuff in it, and I'm going to go through that for the rest of my time. So the next thing that the bill addresses is property tax and sales tax incentives for the construction of affordable housing. And so a brand new thing that's in this bill is a new local option property tax incentive. So constitutionally, under the Florida Constitution, local governments cannot have their own property tax exemptions unless the state expressly authorizes it. It's sort of, when it comes to property taxes, it's the opposite of home rule, right? There's no inherent authority. The state has to first grant it to you. So this bill, for the first time, would give local governments the authority to provide ad valorem tax exemptions for affordable housing developments that serve 50% or below area median income. It's completely optional. I know there's been some talks to maybe even increase the AMI limit to 120 or 140 to better serve places like Miami-Dade and Palm Beach that have higher cost burden and can serve more folks. But this is a brand new optional property tax incentive to keep your eyes on. You could apply it at your discretion. Affordable developments of 50 units or more that are at least 20% affordable for households at or below 50% AMI. There's also two new automatic property tax exemptions in the bill. So the first one I mentioned was optional. These two are going to be automatic, that your county property appraiser is going to have to look to. So the first one is that land that's going to be owned entirely by nonprofits and then leased for a period of 99 years to provide affordable housing are now completely exempt from property taxes. So if you have, for example, a community land trust in your county or community, this new property tax exemption will say that land owned by that community land trust is now fully exempt from property taxes. The second automatic exemption, this one arguably is more of a big deal and will have more of an impact, is that now under current law or under proposed law, all multifamily developments that are more than 70 units, that have more than 70 affordable units, get an automatic property tax exemption. So if you have, let's say, a new development in your community and it is 100 units, 100 affordable units. And those units serve households between 80 and 120% of AMI. That development gets an automatic 75% property tax exemption for those affordable units. So this is gonna, affect local revenue when it comes to property tax collections, given this is an automatic property tax incentive. Just keep that in mind. If you're seeing these new larger scale 70+ unit affordable housing developments, they are now eligible to receive property tax incentives, even if they're not subsidized through another funding source. So those were the property tax incentive sides of things. The bill also addresses slightly what is called our state surplus land law. So again, a lot of different policies from all over the place in this bill. And so something that I think I might have spoke to this group before about is we have what are called our Florida surplus land laws. They're on the screen there for the site. And basically what these laws do is that since 2007, when the law was enacted, basically every 3 years at least, every city and county in the state has to look at land that it owns and identify which parcels are appropriate for use as affordable housing, right? That's been state laws in 2007. You got to have an affordable housing inventory list of land you own. What this bill would do is it would extend that inventory requirement to all dependent special districts, such as CRAs. So every CRA now within your counties or your cities is going to have to go through the same process to look at its stock of land it owns and identify which parcels are appropriate for use as affordable housing. The bill would also require local governments to now post your affordable housing inventory list online if you don't already do that. And the bill also encourages local governments to adopt best practices when using publicly owned land for affordable housing, including things like having clear eligibility criteria, making the process public for trying to request surplus land for housing. And also it encourages local governments to ensure long-term affordability through things like ground leasing and 99-year ground leasing and deed restrictions. So take a look at that. There's some slight changes to the way that local governments and CRA specifically look at land that they own for affordable housing. There are 2 preemptions in the bill to make y'all aware of, given that y'all are city and county elected officials. So the first big preemption here in the bill is that rent control is now completely prohibited. So currently under Florida law, and I think a lot of communities in this room have considered this in the past couple of years, is that under current Florida law, there's a very narrow way that cities and counties can enact rent stabilization measures, right? You have to find that there's a housing emergency. You have to do a whole vote at a public referendum. Then even if you get that passed, it can only last for 1 year at a time. You have to go through the whole process all over again. And basically since the mid-70s, when that law was put in place, only Orange County ever pursued rent stabilization, and they're now embroiled in a court battle. So this bill would just take away that very narrow window for rent stabilization and just say no more rent control across the board. That's the first preemption.
No, you don't.
The second preemption has to do with land use preemption and affordable housing. So this one's sort of in technical, but I'll kind of go through it slowly, which basically is that if this bill were to pass as it currently stands, which is very, very likely, if you have a commercially zoned parcel and a affordable housing developer comes to you at the city or county level and proposes a project on a commercial parcel that is either multifamily or mixed use residential, and that property is at least 40% affordable for 30 years, then the local government is preempted from regulating the use, the density, or the height of that building. So just keep that in mind. This will probably more apply to sort of downtown core, urban core areas that have mixed use commercial zoning and so basically it would take away local authority to allow affordable housing developments of certain limits in commercial zones. And so additionally, the bill also requires local governments to consider reducing parking for developments that give this preemption authority, and also that all other state and local laws apply. So if you're concerned about environmental considerations, building too close to the coast, those environmental regs would still apply, as well as setbacks and other parking requirements, things like that. So that's just those 2 preemptions there to keep in mind: rent control prohibited. And there's also this brand new preemption on local authority to deny affordable housing developments in commercial parts of your community. And so this portion here, so if I were local government, I'd be looking at section 24 of the bill. Because in the past couple of weeks since this bill was released, I've been asked by multiple local governments about, if I were a local government, would I be concerned about the preemptions in the bill? Because again, there were two of them. So the kind of the general question now is like, should we be pushing back on this as a city or county? My sort of read on the bill as a whole is I actually was surprised they didn't preempt more. And I'm not saying they should have preempted more, but I think it is very telling to me that they really only preempted in two ways and left a lot left still to local government authority on affordable housing issues. So to me, this bill sort of reads more as like a warning shot bill than like a fully preemption bill. And so why I would look at section 24 is I could see section 24 of the bill being sort of like setting the stage for preemptions maybe in the future. So what section 24 does is it amends our state's housing strategy in statute. It is incredibly outdated. If you take a look at our state housing strategy, I think it has some language saying that like every person in Florida shall have an affordable home by 2010. That's how outdated it is. And you'll see a lot of language in there encouraging local governments to do the right thing first so that the legislature won't have to preempt 5-10 years down the road. So that third bullet point there is about 20-30 lines about certain innovative solutions that local governments should consider and implement. So these are things like using publicly owned land for housing, doing infill, urban infill, flexible zoning, mixed use developments, high rise, high density, and also modern housing concepts. So sort of like if you're in the camp of like the best argument against preemption is local action, I would take a look at this section and kind of use it as like a boilerplate for what to do now so the legislature won't come back in 2-3 years from now and preempt on these very issues. A couple other policies in the bill that affect local government. I think we've trained on this tool before with this group. There's this really good provision put into Florida law 3 years ago via House Bill 1339 that allows local governments to approve affordable housing on any parcel zoned residential, commercial, or industrial. And it has been slow to adopt, I would say. Only a few local governments have used the tool to date. But what this bill would do is it would strike through residential. So local governments would no longer be able to fast track affordable housing developments with this tool on residential parcels and only could continue to do so on commercial or industrial. I know we're working on trying to keep residential in there or at least have a grandfather clause so that local governments that have used this tool can continue to do so. But that's one of the things the bill does as well. The bill also requires local governments to post expedited permitting procedures online if you already haven't done that. And this last bullet here, very interesting stuff, remains to be seen how it's really going to be enforced. But the bill also has language that precludes state funding for housing to local governments whose comprehensive plans have been found to be out of compliance with Chapter 163. So theoretically, if your comp plan has been found out of compliance, Florida Housing Finance could withhold your SHIP dollars. Again, it remains to be seen how this can be enforced if they do it at all, but that language is in the bill to keep your eye on. Other reforms as well. Again, 93 pages, a lot of good stuff in there. There's some language about providing sales tax relief for building materials for certain affordable housing developments. Also, the bill, in a really good way, opens up more state-owned lands for affordable housing. So now state land conservation officers would be required to look at non-conservation state-owned land and whether it is appropriate for affordable housing. Already mentioned the third bullet. The fourth one here is that the bill would direct Florida's policy shop, also called OPAGA. Can't exactly remember what it stands for at the moment, but OPAGA is our state policy shop. It would direct them to produce, I believe, tri-annual policy reports on best practices for affordable housing. The bill also slightly amends Florida Housing Corporation's board makeup and also authorizes Florida Housing to contract with Catalyst program provider, which is the Florida Housing Coalition, to provide training specifically on using publicly owned land for affordable housing. So that's the bill in a nutshell. And I will definitely leave the rest of my time to question and discussion because there's a lot of stuff in this bill. And so sort of the title of the slide is something that I just kind of randomly said at a Florida League of Cities legislative conference back in December, but happened to believe it now, is the best argument against future preemption is local proactivity. I think the legislature is legit looking at, wanting local governments to do the right thing first before having to come back in future sessions and preempt more. I don't know if anyone here follows what California has been doing as a state. when it comes to preemption. California is just as blue at the state level as Florida is red, and they are the heaviest preempting state in the country when it comes to housing. Local governments barely can regulate much anymore when it comes to affordable housing. And so there is a world where Florida gets to that level in 10 years, but we're not there yet. And so I think they really are looking to see how local governments react to this affordable housing crisis, and which includes, things like legalizing more types of housing, legalizing ADUs, duplexes, mixed middle housing types, allowing high density development, all those things that section 24 of the bill talks about. Using publicly owned land, right? Something that we talk about all the time is, being able to look at city or county land resources, identifying which parcels can be used for housing, and then using them in that way. And then the third one here, I think they're following too, is how local governments are using their own funding. I think these two RPCs are really the leaders in the state on this. I mean, just last year, right, Palm Beach County voted on that $200 million bond, which is, almost more than a quarter of what the state's entire affordable housing budget is. Like, I think that's going to matter these next couple of years, is trying to get more buy-in at the local level, removing barriers to housing, funding more affordable housing initiatives locally, so that the state doesn't step in and take away authority. So that's Senate Bill 102, House Bill 627. Here are a couple other housing bills to follow. And to be honest, I've been following these as closely because the whole focus has been on Senate Bill 102 and what's in there. Here are just a list of things we're following as well. The top one is interesting because it, very, very shortens the amount of time that local governments would have to permit housing. There's also the second point here. There's a bill that's been floating around for 2 sessions now about the option to give tenants a monthly fee in lieu of a large upfront security deposit. It's gotten some pushback because there's no language about potential cap of how much fee you could charge. It's not really doesn't really act as insurance. So if you have any questions about these bills, happy to answer them. But I think really the focus for this session is going to be on Senate Bill 102, House Bill 627, the Live Local Act. So there's my contact information. Figure we can leave the rest of the time for just discussion, conversation about any and all of this, because it's going to be a very busy bill. It has a lot of impacts on local work pertaining to affordable housing.
All right, Cody, we're going to start with some questions. Chairman Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cody, I had 2 questions. First,
Sure.
You had a reference on property tax exemptions for over 70 units. Yeah, this side. My question is, so let's say you have a 500 unit development and 70 of them are affordable or something of that nature. Are you saying that under the bill, do all of them have to be affordable in order to qualify for that tax exemption? Or is it 70, which again, in a 500 unit development, isn't necessarily that large a number?
Sure, yeah, great question. So the way that I read the bill is that, so if you have the example of a 500 unit development and at least 70 units are affordable, the tax exemption would only apply to the affordable units. So the other 430 would not get the exemption.
Okay, all right. In that case, that makes sense. And then the second one, a question that I had in the second and last question is, Broward's actually already doing most of those things. And there's one concern that I had on the preemption that would require on any commercial land that if they want to do affordable housing. I had passed an ordinance in Broward permitting, mixed use, permitting the building on residential units on any commercial land that was on the arterial roadways or a commerce center, the downtown areas, basically. The concern that I would have is sometimes you have, you have entirely residential areas, and there may be a commercial property that is a drugstore, Walgreens, CVS, maybe, a small strip center, something of that nature. Do you think if there is a possibility that this could be amended to clarify that if it's commercial land and you're going to preempt the local government ability to do that, that it would only be in places that make sense, for example, arterial roadways or activity centers, because what I've tried to do is add a lot more units because, law of supply and demand, if you add more units, prices should be going down. We're never going to change that law. But my concern is I've tried to protect the neighborhoods, and I wouldn't want in the middle of a residential neighborhood that just has a little community shopping center that somebody could buy that and immediately put, giant high rise in with, 40% minimum affordable housing. Do you think that that's something that, President Passidomo or others might be willing to negotiate a little on that?
Yeah, so our read about amendments at this point is that, it only got 2 committee references in the Senate. In the second, they've already passed it unanimously of the first one. The second one is next week. They're not really taking policy amendments. They're just taking technical amendments at this time. I would say that I think it's unlikely that it gets amended at all. And there's still some room maybe in the House side. If anyone's, close with Senator Posada Cabrera in Miami-Dade County, there could be room there to make some amendments. I know this particular preemption has been a focus of like the League of Cities and Association of Counties. Those exact reasons you mentioned, I'm an affordable housing advocate. I want as much affordable housing anywhere as possible. But there can be some concerns when you're building, on the coastlines or in areas where housing really should not be. If they're if they have a commercial zone that's far away from everything and has nothing nearby, we don't really want to put people out there in that affordable housing development. But I think the focus that we heard is that they're viewing this as a market-based approach. So it's your point about, building really close to residential areas. There might be an argument that developer wouldn't want to do that in certain contexts. They know the NIMBY outcry might come up and stall their project. I don't know. That's the best I can come up with, but I hear you on the concerns, and I think it's pretty unlikely that they change at this point unless someone knows that Rep. Posada Cabrera and can try to get some language in there.
Thank you. I understood about 80% of what you said because the audio isn't that good, but I think I got the gist of it. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Or Cody, Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cody, thank you for all of that. Just a question at a county commission meeting of ours in Martin County, probably a couple months ago, a resident came forward with an idea that I shared with FRCA, the Florida State Regional Planning Council Association, that if a grandparent, a parent, somebody that owned within a family wanted to pass their house along to a subsequent generation or a third generation in a grandchild situation, if you could somehow make the existing homestead exemptions on that house portable to the new family member, you could significantly avoid both property tax value increases to that new homeowner, keep them in a house that was already within the family, and potentially keep them there for quite some time. Because let's say somebody's been homesteaded for 25 years or 30 years, chances are the value of that house is significantly less than what a new house next door that was built to it would look like. So it was just a concept, a thought, but I thought it was actually kind of interesting that there are some other states that do like a farm forever program, where if you have a family farm and you pass it on, I think you can pass it on to 2 or 3 subsequent generations without any tax implications, because they wanted to keep people in the farming business. It'd be doing basically the same thing with housing that may somewhat dramatically impact the affordable housing product, if you will. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and one that I have to look more into legally, because a lot of the Save Our Homes language about portability and the caps is a constitutional issue. So it might require like a constitutional amendment, which we all know how difficult that may be in some situations. So I think it's a great idea. I think the question would really be like, can that be a constitutional fix, or can the legislature just do that? Would be my first gut of how we would get there.
All right, any other questions for Cody? No, Cody, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, well, we are actually suddenly have moved from behind time to way ahead of time because we had an hour set aside for affordable housing and we've only taken around 35 minutes. So let me verify, Carolina and Drew are not here yet, are they? Okie dokie. Well, let me make one announcement then while we're waiting. The person that just stood up and said that is Lorraine Myers. And I would like to recognize Lorraine Myers for her service to the South Florida Water Management District
Regional Council.
and the regional planning. I thought it said SFRPC and S.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, as for her service to the South Florida Regional Planning Council and the South Florida Water Management District as ex officio from the SFWMD to the SFRPC. She is going to be retiring before our next meeting. So thank you for your many years of service to. Mr. Chair, do you have any jokes? Anything you want to talk about? If not, I think we're going to take our first break for the day, but it's 7 minutes to 1. Let me say we will return at 1 o'clock because that way I can bring the gavel down at 1:05 or 1:03. But let's say 1 o'clock and we are in temporary recess. Wait, they're here? Okay. I'll still give you 5 minutes. Anybody needs to run to the bathroom. We are taking a 5-minute and only 5-minute break. So not extended. Please be back at 2 minutes before 5-minute break.
So go on the nature walk.
She's always doing exactly what we're trying to do.
Wait.
Her face and actually be.
Okay, so do you have your?
I see you out on the rails.
We just saw.
I think.
Anything, you have my card, anything I can do.
I was trying to.
Launch and file. I will tell you, so, and they're doing something very unique.
Okay.
And then you said it's
I
wonderful.
did that. I did that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
You want me to repeat it?
Yeah.
Like soul.
We just thanked and congratulated Lorraine for all of her work and And I see people they make plans. I can't run a meeting late. That's not-
So Drew is going to introduce Caroline.
Sounds like what I just said. I love it.
Your bios today.
Did you want, okay, hold on, if you can find me the bios, they should be in
There
here,
you go. Right
at the
there.
very beginning.
That's right. So
Okay.
I'm gonna show you.
If I could ask everyone to take your seats, please, we're about to start. I know he's.
We have Drew here. And then
Bound for bringing the bios,
I wouldn't read the whole thing.
That is short.
other than the opposite, that's for
And and Dyson.
Okie
Those are
dokie,
our guests for this.
okie dokie.
Drew said he would introduce Caroline.
Everybody have the arc and they're going off.
No,
Never leave home without it.
no, that was a
Okay.
special treat.
All right, thank you.
Chair Bernie.
All right, thank you. We are back in order. We are reconvened. And we are now on our next panel, which is connecting Southeast Florida's restoration and flood control, planning studies, projects, and timelines. On my
Annotate.
annotated agenda, there is a picture of an arc. Now,
That's good.
the reason that that arc is there is,
I know
and we have three very distinguished speakers, and I am inviting any of the three of them to disagree with me. Because I have made this statement to the Army Corps and the SFRPC on multiple occasions and said,
the water management.
I hope I'm wrong. I'm sorry, I said SFRPC, I meant SFWMD. I hope that I'm wrong on what I'm about to say, but thus far, nobody has corrected me. South Florida, particularly Southeast Florida, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, was carved out of the Everglades, and I believe will be returning to the Everglades fairly shortly. The reason that we're able to work is we drain them through the use of the drainage canal, which I believe were built in the 40s, 50s. And that worked fine as long as the inland water was here and the ocean water was here. However, that has been changing. We don't need to argue why it's been changing. We just all can agree it has been changing, and evidence is it will continue to change. Dr. Jennifer Hirado, who I think most of you know, one of the top authorities of water in Southeast Florida, has said that in roughly 10 or 12 years, based on existing sea level rise, it will be at the same level as the canals. And therefore, since water does not flow uphill, and there aren't really pumps, it's all gravity fed, that we will be unable to drain when it rains. Since I chaired the SEDS committee, we did a meteorological, I said that, analysis, and from Palm Beach County down, Palm Beach, Broward, Dade, our weather is described as tropical rainforest. So that means it rains a lot. And what I've just told you is that in 10 or 12 years, we won't be able to drain anymore when we have heavy rainfall. 3 years ago, the Army Corps of Engineers, Colonel Kelly at the time told me that if they had all the money that they need, and they didn't run into any problems, nothing unexpected, they could finish in about 15 years. Army Corps is consistent. A month or two ago, they told me again, if everything went well, they could finish in 15 years. So been very consistent. Except it's 3 years later, but ignore that. My concern is there's nothing that can't be fixed with sufficient time and money. We know how to fix it. You need taller salinity control barriers. You need a lot of very expensive pumps, and you need to build up the walls of the canals. And then you need to figure out how to do one-way valves so that the rain can enter the new higher canals. But the best I've been told by the Army Corps is that realistically, it's 20 to 25 years before it's fixed, 10 to 12 years before we can't drain. So my investment advice to everyone is buy arcs and houseboats and keep your pets inside at night, or otherwise the alligators will eat them. I hope that I'm wrong. I've said this multiple occasions. I have yet to have anybody correct me. Maybe today will be the day. Although I don't really think so. I would like to introduce first Drew Bartlett, and I will introduce all three very briefly. Drew Bartlett, who is the Executive Director of the South Florida Water Management District, the biggest water management district in the state of Florida, responsible for all sorts of stuff. Their bio is in your packet. Drew is an all-around good guy. I really have enjoyed working with him for years. He has been extremely responsive. I'm not complaining about either the South Florida Water Management District or the Army Corps, both of which have been extremely cooperative with us. I just think that we're going to be underwater. Sometimes Chicken Little is right. I would also like to introduce also from the South Florida Water Management District, their Chief Resilience Officer, Dr. Carolina Moran. I've known Dr. Moran for many years. She used to work at Broward County before she was stolen by the, borrowed by the South Florida Water Management District. Our loss was your gain. She is a wonderful person responsible for coordinating resilience efforts across federal, state, regional, local agencies, advancing scientific research and analysis, et cetera. That is all in your package. And finally, E. Timothy Geisen, PMP, which I don't know what that stands for, but
Management professional.
Project Management Professional, the Army Corps of Engineers Senior Project Manager. And he is the Resilient Senior Project Manager for the Ecosystems Projects branch of the Jacksonville District, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, serves as the project manager for the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, which we all refer to as LOSM, the CNF Flood Resiliency Study, Kissimmee River Restoration, et cetera, all around important person. So the three of you, if you can tell us about the Southeast Florida Restoration and Flood Control Planning Studies. And thank you, Drew. And I hope I was wrong, but I've given you the opportunity to correct me multiple times and you haven't.
He's just getting, particularly when the cameras are rolling. Anyway, thank you. I have the distinct pleasure to stand up here. I'm Drew Bartlett, Executive Director, and introduce someone that is smarter than me to present to you our efforts at the South Florida Water Management District. But I just wanted to sort of echo and really thank you, Senator, for all your advocacy on resiliency, because it is a problem that we have seen coming and that we absolutely need to address. I know I joined the district about 4 years ago, and one of the first things that we realized we needed to do was hire a chief resiliency officer. And we looked around, and fortunately, Dr. Carolina Moran was available.
She wasn't available, you stole her.
I paused for that. But she came in and she has been the most enthusiastic, hardworking person I have come across in my career to try to put the district in a better position to deal with our resiliency efforts. And she's going to talk to you about those. As all of us here know, the state government is very much jumping in with both feet from a funding, from a process standpoint, with their assignment of a chief resiliency officer in the governor's office, the passage of a law setting up the statewide resiliency program. So we in South Florida absolutely need our partners in the Corps of Engineers to deal with this federal flood control system. But there are lots of opportunities for us to get busy while we are on the comprehensive nature that the Corps of Engineers brings for a study to help make our
water management system more resilient for the future with the changing climate and sea level rise causing its challenges. So the money is there. We've been chasing the funds. We are getting funds to try to make this system more resilient. The one thing I would like to say, we all talk about Everglades restoration, the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan. I think it is fair to say that that is the largest resiliency plan on the planet as well, because here you have a system that takes water we need, dumps it on the coastline, impacting our communities on the estuaries, when we could do a better job of capturing that water, having it for the environment and our people in South Florida, for the Everglades, for Florida Bay, for our businesses and communities, if we would just build places to put it. And so Governor DeSantis, he did sign an executive order a few weeks ago for his second term, and he asked for $3.5 billion over that term for our water resources. A lot of that going to Everglades restoration. Our focus at the South Florida Water Management District, partnering with the Corps, is to try to get that just energized. Complete, like we were energized for the first 4 years. We're going to get on overdrive, turbo, supercharged, whatever you want to call it, the next 4 years, because we want to get all these places to put water under construction in these 4 years. So they're not dumping that water on our coastal communities, quite frankly. So between that and our resiliency efforts, we are here to help. Call me anytime. But I'm here to really introduce Dr. Caroline Moran, of course, the smarter person than me, to really tell you what's actually going on at the South Florida Water Management District. But I'll be over there. There's comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Drew. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair. Members.
Take care. Oh, my.
Much as possible. Thank you.
Pretend you're talking to your children.
Oh, that's easy. Maybe you're gonna get scared.
Good for you, yeah.
So, yes,
Stop
I'm
that.
here with the mission of beginning this talk on connecting our multiple projects that are happening here in the region. And I am going to start with the vision that we have at South Florida Water Management District and how we are approaching this topic. And then later have Mr. Tim bringing the perspective from the Army Corps side as well. We partner in a lot of those projects, but let's focus on the resiliency projects and how we are addressing all of this. And do you know where I need to point this to move these slides?
What's that? There's a way of.
Leo, is there a way
how to do
for
it.
Dr. Maran to move her presentation along?
This is not working.
There you go. There you go. There it is.
Thank you, Leo.
Okay. So these two images here will just help us to make a context of where we are and the work we do at South Florida Water Management District. So we manage water in the environment. On the bottom left here, we can see like the major goals that we have to get the water right at the right time for the mainly function of restoring ecological functions, maintaining ecological functions. And we do that through SERP. And you all have heard significant progress in how we are evolving those water management goals and objectives that we have from the natural side. On the top right, we have two additional mission elements that are related to water supply and flood protection. And I'm using this image here on a more urbanized environment because a lot of that happens in the places where we live and develop business. So we manage canals, water levels to ensure goals are achieved. The water supply, making sure all the well fields where we extract water are protected from saltwater intrusion and other types of contaminants that we can have, and also making sure that we protect communities from flooding. So this entire capacity of moving water and managing water in our system is a result of us having built a massive system, is the most complex water management system that we have in the US. So this is what we call the Central and Southern Florida project. It was developed back in the 1948, beginning in 1948, developed and built in the 50s. So we are really talking about a 70-year-old infrastructure system that allows us to move water and achieve those goals that I just summarized in the first slide. This system came and was built in response to major flood events and hurricanes that occur on that time, and the recognition that we needed to manage water more efficiently and mainly drain water in areas where we needed to allow for the safe development of business and activities. As one of the first opportunities that we are having to revisit the system and to evaluate what are the ways that we can bring additional elements to continue to protect the environment was through SERP. So we recognize some unintended consequences of when this project was built, and we made a plan along with our partners at the Army Corps on how we want to be able to restore those ecological functions, restore the ecosystem that was impacted by this system. So we recognize that this happened, and we have been implementing a significant project since this authorization was given to us. That's what we call SERP. And here we have a map. Drew mentioned that we are fully energized to implement projects. We have reached significant accomplishments. We finalized a large number of projects in the recent years with the goal of getting the water right, mainly to the environment, restoring and preserving natural habitats and species, and goal 3 here, really fostering the compatibility of the built and the natural systems. We are now having the chance to look at this again and really focusing on really this, like how we foster this relationship between natural and built systems. So we are recognizing changing conditions of the system. I mentioned 7 years ago, you can see how the system, those lines of canals were built throughout the years, but it really began in the 1950s up to the 1970s, and we developed this massive system with canals, pumps, structures that we operate. We also had at the same time significant population increase, land development. You can see from like pre-project and post-project conditions, what are we really experiencing now? We have significant land development, significant population increase, and a system that was designed 7 years ago, designed and built with already showing some limitations on what we can do, how we move this water, knowing that we have significant development that occur in those areas. One example here, just this yellow shaded area, is where the project design considered would be urban areas, occupied spaces, and you can see surrounding areas around the yellow shade of fully occupied environment. So we also recognize change in climate conditions, different climate patterns that we are experiencing today that are essential for us to manage, to operate the system, and to size for new infrastructure investments. So we are now having a chance to relook at the system, look at the new infrastructure that we need, looking at how we enhance the existing infrastructure. And we need to ensure that this is done for a climate that is today and also 7 years from now. This infrastructure will be existing there. So what we are seeing here is changes in rainfall patterns. We have this page where we are tracking those with data, observed data that we manage and we monitor in the agency. So definitely observed change in rainfall patterns, change in sea levels, like all the tidal structures are showing, and we have a sensitive database, and also change in groundwater levels. So this is all fully recognized, and it was even mentioned here by our Chair Geller. So knowing that we have that and knowing the limitations that we see in the system, we have been planning on what are the most priority investments and how do we really reduce the risks of flooding and sea level rise impacts on water resources and increasing community resilience in South Florida. So we use the data that I mentioned to you. We use advanced models and tools, significant tools that can allow us to really read the system, understand vulnerabilities, and plan for the best adaptation strategies. And we are now bringing that to our sea level rise and flood resiliency plan. This is the 3rd year. This is a plan that is in process. We are developing. So we update the plan annually, and we are bringing projects and prioritizing those projects every year as we advance our assessments of the system. So this, we have now the good opportunity to share that I'm going to bring 2 projects here, sharing this good news that we have funds fully committed for those 2 projects that I'm using as an example. First one is at the C8 basin. That's one of the critical basins, one of the critical areas that we have in the system, where we understand that we already have limited capacity to operate the structure. We know sea levels are rising. Chair Geller also mentioned that we might have reduced capacity to discharge because we have higher tidal elevations. The system is gravity-based. So we need to implement measures, adaptation strategies on how we handle those difference in elevation and reduce discharge capacity. So what we're going to bring here is a hardened coastal structure. We will elevate the structure itself, the gates, the equipment. We will also bring pumps that can be associated with the gate so we don't fully depend on gravity discharge in this location. And because this is around the golf course, we were lucky to find areas that we can also associate green infrastructure, nature-based solutions with this project. So really allowing for water to be stored when we have critical events in this golf course. So this was funded with FEMA money, the FEMA BRIC program, and we are beginning design of this project right now, finalizing the agreement with FEMA. The next, I know you cannot see there, but the next slide, maybe you can use on the monitors here, is a very recent project that we got funded from Resilient Florida. That's what my executive director just mentioned here, significant investments from the state in building resiliency. So this project was recently awarded by Resilient Florida. And this project is very very good that we are beginning to advance this project now, because what we have here is the opportunity to gain a few more years in the structures that we are operating with some reduction capacity today. So what this project does is small fixes that allow us to operate those structures for a few more years by making some smaller investments like flood proofing, elevating some of the critical mechanical components, electronic components, maybe adding some plates to gates where we can, and really making sure that we can maintain a remote capacity to operate this structure at the different times. So it's not the large investments like we had in the first project. It's a project that allows us to look at 20 plus structures and really harden them to gain a few more years while we are beginning to get money for those additional larger investments. So we're really excited to begin this project right now with support from the state and Resilient Florida program. My executive director also mentioned the recent governor executive order, really bringing significant money to continue our efforts in Everglades restoration. Also continue to expedite all those key projects that we understand are significant for us to achieve those restoration goals. And also having one chapter there, one section that also brings and ensure the continuous investments in the Resilient Florida program, which we also partner with at the state level. And now we're also excited to share that we are having one new avenue to a new significant partner to join us in this mission of really hardening the system and making sure that we are maintaining and conditions that we need to operate the system in the future successfully. So we are beginning the CNSF study with the Army Corps. This is the study that will allow us to revisit, to reevaluate the system again, focusing now on the infrastructure pieces that we have in the system, focusing on the components of the system, making sure we can enhance, maybe add some additional components that will help us in achieving this mission of flood protection. So this study is a focus study. It's going to be in the lower East Coast, really where we know we have most vulnerable structures, and really focusing on those urban areas to reduce flood risks. We have authorization for a larger study that will help us to revisit the entire components of the CNSF. But now we are beginning with this most vulnerable areas and really understanding the best path that we have to assess all of this and evaluate the conditions. What are the best adaptation strategies? And we are in a very interesting phase, having a lot of public meetings and really hoping that you all here can join us, participate, share your comments, share your contributions, because this is the right time for you all to come sit and provide contributions to this study. We are
Dr. Amara,
Water.
there's water for you.
Thank you. I speak fast and this loud is not helping me a little bit, but thank you. And this is the last slide. So we're excited. I think we have some resiliency actions really on the horizon, significant progress that we are making here. We understand there is a problem. We have limitations today. It will take time. It will take money. We will take dedication from all of us to solve. But really collaboration is the key. That's why we appreciate the opportunity to come here, share where we are, share the updates, give our contact information to all of you to be able to reach out to us provide their comments and input, and really demonstrating our commitment to be able to advance those actions as an agency. In talking about collaboration, we have a forum. We invite you all to join us on March 1st. That's our second meeting of our Resilience Coordination Forum with the 16 counties in South Florida, to be able to focus on those efforts and exchange information. Here is just some additional links. If you want to get more information about the program, where we are, our plan, send us comments, join our distribution list, please. Thank you. Thank you, Pat. And we're going to invite.
We'll hold questions for all three till all three speakers have made their presentations, because we're not sure who the questions will be until then. And Dr. Moran, can you, I saw some people taking pictures of some of your slides. I was going to say, if you can, we have
all
the SFRPC?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure it's available. All right, so with your permission, Tom, if I can say that the SFRPC and the TCRPC will each post the presentation on our websites. So in case anybody wanted to see the presentation, you don't need to take photos of the screens. What you want to. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Moran, and we'll be calling you back up for questions. And now, as you heard, Thomas Geisen. Yes, sir. We're working on it. There we go. Technologically challenged here.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be down here. Let you know, I woke up at 4:15 this morning to be here, so.
Thank you.
Some ice if you want some for water.
Okay, to press the arrow the right direction. All right. I just want to kind of build off what Dr. Moran was saying, that when we talk about resilience, resilience is the ability to overcome changes or recover from events. And when we talk resilience, we're talking about community resilience. And I want to use that as our theme, is building community resilience. So when I say resilience, that's really what I'm talking about, is our communities. Every aspect of our communities. That's not just our built environment. That's not just the urban areas. That's the environment, the ecosystems which surround us, the coastal areas that we all enjoy for recreation, that habitats that our plants and animals thrive in, that actually aid in our resilience. And I think Drew touched on that. Our SERP work that we do in partnership with the state is a huge resilience project. So it's very clear to see how the ecosystems tie into building that community resilience. But the other aspect of that is also our economies and the health and well-being of the people that live here. I mean, all of that is important, and all of it comes together as part of the community and building the resilience that we're looking for. Right direction. Okay. So how does that all fit together? Our water resource infrastructure is really what ties everything together when we talk about resilience, whether it's the canals and structures that provide flood control, or the ecosystems that store and filter water for us, or the water supply systems that provide water, drinking water to all of our communities that allow us to live here, or water to our agricultural folks who are growing the food that we need to eat. It all is tied together by our water resource infrastructure. So how do we tie all that together? How do we work together to build that community resilience? And it really starts with collaboration and sharing of information, everybody talking to each other. And without that, we can't get all in the same direction and make sure our projects that we're planning from all levels are really working together to try to build that resilience. I like this graphic because I think it does show that when we talk building community resilience, it's not just one level of government, one entity that is responsible for that. It requires coordination and a strategic plan at all levels of government. The good thing from the Corps perspective is it's not new down here. In Southeast Florida, you all have been working on resilience for a decade at least. So we're coming into a situation now that we're starting to really focus on resilience, that it's already been talked about. There's already a lot of momentum down here, which is great for us to step into and try to play our part with the projects that we do to help build that community resilience. As I said, there's already a lot of efforts going on. I won't touch on those at all levels of government, whether it be local, county, or the state, which Dr. Moran already. Now we're trying to come in and show how the projects we're already doing are helping to build that resilience, but what can we do more to play our part from the federal level? And again, wrong arrow. Okay. All right, so from the core perspective, we typically focus on individual business lines when we do our projects, whether it be flood risk management or coastal storm risk management, navigation, aquatic ecosystem restoration. So we have projects that fit under all those business lines and they typically don't overlap. However, when we talk about building resilience, they do need to overlap and they all do play their part in building that community resilience. So we want to really start talking about all of our projects and how they really work together and fit into the bigger picture of building community resilience. There is a lot of overlap, starting with the CNSF system, but also the conditions that we look at as far as science and climate change. SERP itself, it all fits together across those businesses to help us build resilience. I want to talk a little bit from a flood risk management perspective, because I'm going to get into a little bit with CNSF, where the federal government from our perspective kind of fits into the local systems. When we talk about CNSF, that's really the big canals and structures that are moving water at a landscape scale or the primary infrastructure. And a lot of the local drainage works, secondary and tertiary infrastructure tie into that. So from the federal perspective, we're more focused on the primary networks and being able to move the water off the landscape as it's being collected by the local system. All right, we've talked a little bit about CNSF, but I do just want to highlight a little bit about the enormity of it. There are over 2,200 miles of canals, and over 2,100 miles of levees, part of the CNSF project. Over 80 pump stations and over 770 individual water control structures. There's a lot of infrastructure that was built under CNSF that, as the commissioner pointed out, allows us to really live down here, allows us to thrive down here. However, it's old and changing conditions are requiring us to take another look at it and try to adapt as part of the community resilience plan. I should point out also that CNSF has multiple purposes. It's not just flood risk management. It's also water supply, navigation, enhancement of fish and wildlife, and recreation. So it fits across all of our business lines from the core perspective. All right, I don't know if you can really see this slide, but when we send it out, you'll be able to see it. This highlights all of the core projects that are going on in this a lot, whether they be planning studies, design and construction projects, or projects that are in operations and maintenance. And those stretch across all of our business lines. We have port projects, Port Everglades and down in Miami Harbor. We have coastal storm risk projects with the Miami Back Bay, as well as beach renourishment projects across the counties. We have our aquatic ecosystem restoration projects under SERP that are ongoing in all phases at this point, as well as the new CNSF flood resiliency study under our flood risk management business line. There's lots of projects going on different phases now, and all of those really work to help build community resilience. So how do all of those kind of tie together? So this is kind of where the new perspective from the core is coming into play, is how are we integrating all of these individual projects across the region to make sure that they are not only communicating with each other, so they are designing effective solutions and not stepping on each other's toes, but also communicating with our stakeholders, as well as sharing information to better plan our projects so the solutions end up being stronger in the end. So that's where project integration comes into play, and that's this graphic with the umbrella is how we kind of envision it. Is we have all of these individual projects focused on their own particular business line and project objective, but that project integration approach is the umbrella that kind of looks over all of those and makes sure they are talking to each other, sharing information, sharing data, so that we do plan the projects in a way that's more strategic to help build community resilience. And fortunately, that's also one of my roles for the Jacksonville district is kind of looking at this integration and making sure that all of the project teams are communicating, not only with each other, but when we talk within our meetings, our individual meetings to the public, to our stakeholders, with our non-federal sponsors, that we're talking with one core voice. We're not a bunch of individual core projects. We are the Corps of Engineers. And that's how we want to think about these projects is they all work together. We're the Corps. We are part of the solution. And we want to work with everyone and all levels of government to really implement things that are building.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Could you please say what sad and mad are?
Oh, sorry. So.
Okay.
Sad is when you're unhappy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. So when our projects are typically done in one district, so Jacksonville District, and we fall under the South Atlantic Division. That's who we report to. However, we've got so much work in our district. We've brokered out some of our projects like the Miami Back Bay study to the Norfolk District, who falls under North Atlantic Division. The
Gotcha.
North Atlantic Division and South Atlantic Division are kind of how we report up to them. And they ultimately have eyes on making sure all of our projects are working together. Thank you for asking that. About that. All right, this graphic, and I'll admit, I pirated this graphic from Dade County. Irela Begay presented this at our planning charrette, and I really liked how it laid out how our different projects geographically kind of fit together to help build resilience. Starting with the Miami Harbor and Dade County CSRM projects on the coast, which are focused on those really coastal areas. Moving to the Miami Back Bay study, which looks at projects from the kind of the barrier islands into the mainland. Then our flood resiliency study that we're kicking off, looking at the inland areas and the water coming from the inland as opposed to coastal storms and sea level rise. Accounting for all that is part of the studies, but the focus is kind of that flood risk management from the inland point of view. And then moving all the way out to our natural systems in the Everglades, our SFRPC projects are focused, and the BBC project in particular, Dade County, which is in the planning phase. So it's just kind of lays out the different projects and where they fit in on the landscape, but how they all do interact with each other. They're not isolated, which is really the key takeaway. All right, so I'm just going to step through a project from each of our business lines and talk just a little bit about it.
Thank you.
So everybody's aware of what's going on. So the first one is Miami Harbor. As I mentioned, there's also the Port Everglades work going on as well. So it's applicable up and down the coast. But the Miami Harbor study is looking at resilience from an economic perspective, being able to continuously have a thriving economy by improving our ports.
I know you're not.
But also as they design and plan not only for bigger ships to come in, which has that economic impact, but also looking at the environmental impacts of projects that we do. And trying to make sure we minimize those or enhance the environment in any way we can. This project in particular is looking at a chief's report. So those of you who are not familiar with our federal process, our planning studies develop a feasibility report, which then goes into review and ultimately becomes a chief's report, which is signed by the chief of engineers at headquarters in Washington before it goes to Congress for authorization. Right. So 2026 on the Miami Harbor project, chief's report.
2026?
26
For the report.
That's the report. So then it goes to Congress for authorization. Then we have to get appropriation. Then we have to do design.
Then we'll all be old and dead, so it won't matter.
So as you're pointing out, the process we have to go through to get to the point where we're actually constructing and finishing projects. And then unfortunately, it's not a short process.
No, this is the point.
All right, the next project I want to talk just a little bit about is the Miami Back Bay study, which is focused on an area between the coastal barrier islands and the inland areas. So that Bay area along the main part of Miami there. And it's focused on coastal storm risk management. So the effects of storm surge and sea level rise. So how are those changing based on our new climate science? And what can we do to help better protect the coastal areas from impacts from surge? They are in the process of redeveloping their, re-kickstarting, I should say, their planning process. There was a 10 plan that was identified that was not supported by the non-federal sponsor and the local stakeholders. which is really why it's really important.
Oh, that's Miami-Dade.
Right,
And
that was
I-
Miami-Dade County is the non-federal sponsor on this, which I think is really important for us to all think about collaboration and communication throughout the life cycle of projects to make sure that we are all on the same page planning projects. So we get to an endpoint that everybody is happy with the outcome of it. So I think that's why it's really important that that communication continues. That's where they are, is back out, re-looking at the planning and identifying some additional alternatives, which will be part of the ongoing study. So their next big milestone is an approval to jump back into the planning process and actually evaluate these alternatives this year, which will then lead into a modeling evaluation effort, documentation, and ultimately a chief's report. And their schedule is still up in the air, but it's about 4 years. So about 2027 is when they would be looking for a chief's report on this study. Wow. All right, the next study is the Biscayne Bay Southern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Project, or BBC, or hopefully I got that acronym right.
This is a very important one for the South Florida Regional Planning Council because most of the environmental concerns that are elevated to the council are related to BBC or footprint. So it'd be helpful to know when certainty might be available.
Sure. So this project is a little bit ahead of where we are with the resiliency study. They started their planning effort a couple years ago. So they are looking at getting to a tentatively selected plan next summer, so 2024, with a chief's report in late 2025. That would mean authorization in a 2026 Water Resources Development Act bill by Congress, which would then allow them to start getting money to design and construct. So we're about 3+ years out from getting an authorization on this study. They're still in the planning process. I think the second round of alternative modeling. So there's lots of meetings going on that are open to everybody to participate in, to understand what's going on and provide feedback throughout each step, which I think is really important from a stakeholder perspective. Get involved in the projects, provide your feedback at every step of the way. This project, our non-federal sponsor is the South Florida Water Management District, and I know we're on the same page with, we want to communicate and collaborate throughout the process. It's very important that you all as stakeholders that will end up getting these projects, that will receive the benefit from these projects, are part of the process and part of the solution as we go through the planning. So again, this one, TSP next summer, tentatively selected plan next summer.
Summer. Thank you.
And 2 more projects. This one is the resiliency project, which Dr. Moran already touched on. This is from the core perspective, our first really big focus into flood risk management since really the CNSF project from the Jacksonville district perspective. Good thing is we've done a lot of other work, whether it be SERP or coastal projects. They give us a lot of background to build on. We start looking at flood risk management. But this is really focused on the southeast part of the state, so Miami-Dade and Broward counties. We're early in the planning process for this one. Utilizing information from the FPLOS effort as well as SACS, the South Atlantic Coastal Study, which identified areas vulnerable to sea level rise. So we're utilizing all this information from previous studies to help build on and hopefully expedite our planning effort under the flood resiliency study. Again, Water Management District is our non-federal sponsor on this one. Again, our first flood risk management project that we've done with the district since the CNSF back in the 60s. Really excited about this one and and what we can bring from the federal perspective to help enhance the community resilience from a flood risk management perspective. This one, we're looking at a tentatively selected plan sometime next summer as well. So somewhat similar timelines with the BBC project. Our target is to really get a chief's report by early 2026, have the ability to get into a word of bill and get an authorization. So this is really going to be focused on the most vulnerable areas, the vulnerable infrastructure that we can have an immediate impact on.
Chief report, 2026.
Yes. And the last slide is a project that we just got authorization for, but it's unique in the fact that it crosses business lines. I mentioned most of our projects are really focused on one business line, whether it be flood risk management, coastal storm risk management, ecosystem restoration. This new authorization that we just got is the comprehensive southern or central and southern Florida study, which crosses business lines and crosses those authorized abilities for this project to look at things such as flood risk management, ecosystem restoration, effects from coastal storms and sea level rise, and really plan them in an integrated fashion while we're going through the planning effort, which is different than all the other projects which are focused on their business line, which we're trying to integrate together, but not planning them necessarily together. Sorry for the terminology.
So this one is different from the previous one?
I'm trying to figure out what the difference is
Between this one and
The previous.
and the one slide back.
so the flood resiliency study is flood risk management focus, and it's really southeast Florida. We're looking at immediate.
Gotcha, okay.
The comprehensive study gives us an ability, and we're still in the early stages of discussing this. We don't have a cost share agreement yet on this one with the district, so it's really early on. We just got this, but this is an exciting authorization. But this one will look at the entire footprint of the water management district. So Orlando to the peninsula. The scope of it is similar to CNS, the original CNSF, same footprint area. So it allows us to look at things more comprehensively, as I mentioned, across those business lines and pick up things that maybe the resiliency study won't have time or ability to focus on in that shorter time frame. But this study will allow us to come back and pick up some of those other items that are maybe longer term strategic focus and really develop a plan that is strategically focused with both short term and long term solutions.
Wow.
Okay.
Sorry about water.
Slide. I don't have a question slide. So I am done. So now we can open it up.
If I can ask both of the SFWMD people to come up so we can ask questions for the three of you. And let me start with 48 questions. Getting. Dr. Moran, I guess maybe this is to you, or I'm not really sure. My understanding from having worked with you that I believe there are approximately 31 canals that are deemed critical in Dade, Broward, Palm Beach. Is that correct?
We have 23 in what we consider a more critical condition.
Okay, 33.
We have 30 plus.
Okay, and my understanding is that is going to cost just for the pumps and the additional increasing the level of the salinity control barrier and all of that, but not including any of the bank work, 3 to 4 billion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any estimate as to how much it will cost to increase the canal banks and build that, and any eminent domain costs, or how much will it cost to get all of that done? Or do you not know yet?
I don't know yet. It's coming to the plan. As I said, we're bringing every year. We are hoping to bring more this year. Just to give you an idea, on Miami, we partner with them on that C8 project. So the total approximate cost for secondary canal bank increase was 8 million on the project, 4 funded by FEMA, 4 by the county. So it's significantly lower than the remaining bigger pieces of the system, but it's still a number that we're going to bring to all the projects.
That was for one section of one of the 30 something.
Yeah, it's all the secondary canals in one of the basins,
Okay, not including the,
not including the primary canal.
okay. This is to whoever can answer, maybe Army Corps. My understanding is you have no authorization yet for any construction dollars. You only got authorization for the study, but you hope to have up to the secretary by 2026. Is that correct? That is correct. Chief. And after he winds it or she they wind their way through that and they file it, send it to Congress in 2027, then you still need to get money. Is that correct?
Yes.
The construction.
So based on our timeline, which we're shooting for, that chief's report, early 2026, which would enable it to be in a potential WRDA bill, late 2026, so we would get that authorization to move forward at that point. Then we would have to get appropriations to continue to.
Okay. My understanding, just from what I've heard, because many of the people I've served with in the legislature are now in Congress. So I talk to congressional people. We have Marty Cassini is still here, our intergovernmental affairs director. I chat with him. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I hope I am, that because the rest of the country is putting so much money into SERP, the Comprehensive Everglades, whatever RP stands for, restoration project,
Or resiliency plan, either one.
whatever. Okay. And everybody wants money in the West to deal with, the drought conditions that, maybe we'll get funded, but you shouldn't bet the mortgage on it.
No, wouldn't say that. I think, so.
I should bet the mortgage.
SERP is funded under a different business line than flood risk management, so they're really two different things. So they would not be competing for the same money.
Okay.
And I think it's also important to note that the non-federal sponsor of any of our projects always has the ability to move out with design and construction of projects, which I know you all are already doing several of the SERP projects. And it's actually encouraged by the Corps. The state or the non-federal sponsor has the ability to do that. Move forward with projects that are authorized.
Okay. Well, assuming we get funded, which we hope, but I'm not betting my mortgage money on it or my retirement funds. Can you give us a timeline estimate? What you think is realistic? Are we still looking at if you get funded when we want and everything 15 years from today?
It's a great estimate. No, it really depends. I mean, it depends on what feature you're trying to design. If it's something smaller, maybe it's a quicker design where you can get through it in less than 3 years, and the construction period may only be 3 or 4 years or less. So I mean, realistically, it really depends on the feature that you're going to construct and design. It could be less than 15 years.
I'm filled with confidence. Let me say one last thing before I start opening for questions. The South Florida Water Management District and the Army Corps have been so cooperative. They've worked very closely with us. I am not complaining for 30 seconds or 2 seconds about the level of cooperation we've received from either one of you. I just have serious questions when we're going to get funded and how long it's going to take to go through getting the rights of way to build. And if we have to go through eminent domain to build on the canal banks. And I think the 15 years is a very optimistic guess, not a pessimistic one. And I repeat, arcs and houseboats. Commissioner Furr, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for the presentations, all the above. And I'm going to echo what Senator Geller said. I'm encouraged by a lot of the processes going on lately. It does seem like we're making some movement, because it felt like it was just sitting there for a while. And I'm glad what I'm seeing. A couple of things real quick. Talking about funding. We just talked, I think there was an estimate there that this is going to be in the billions. Correct, right? Okay. And trying to wait for it from the federal government is just a very tough thing to do. I know that the South Florida Water Management District, I know you know where I'm going with this. The South Florida Water Management District has let their millage rate roll back every year. To me, this is like, and I'm saying this to all of us here. This is the one place where our collective position could make a difference. And to me, this is like, all of us know we need this. we all know this is going to, for us to continue living here, we need this to drain properly. We need to have those pumps there, and they need to be put there within a certain amount of time. Otherwise, sea level rise will override us. That's going to require funding. To me, it makes sense for the South Florida Water Management District because essentially you are taxing everybody that lives down here. It is, when you're talking about collaboration, that is full collaboration of everybody. And to me, we as a body, we've made our positions known sometimes. I think this is one of those places where we suggest, encourage, ask for the South Florida Water Management District not to let that millage roll back. And if anything, add some and start to put forward the reserves that are requisite to build this thing. This is the place to do it. This is in our backyard. It's our responsibility. If we want to live here, we're the ones who can do it. And we're the ones who can pay for it. To me, this is a position I would like to see us come out of this with. It is us saying, we're going to take responsibility. And I think it's a responsible position for all of us elected officials, both planning councils. I think and I know there's not any government organization that wants to raise taxes. But I will say it is much easier if you are given some cover. This group can give you cover. This group can give you that backing that says, we need you to do that. And so I'm putting it out there for all of us to think about. If there's something that comes out of this conference today, this is the one that needs to come out of it, in my mind, because it moves the ball forward. It keeps the collaboration going. It keeps the momentum going, and it does what we need to do. The federal government would look, I would think, would look very kindly on that, because then you have matching funds. Much in the way that we passed the surtax in Broward County, we are starting to reap those benefits because we are able to match funds. We just got a $5 million grant because we were able to throw an extra $1 million in from the surtax. Those are the kind of things that can do. This allows us to do those whatever matching funds what would be required. So I'm asking you, I know I threw this at you at the compact. And I knew you didn't want to answer it there, and you don't have to answer it now. But what we can do is, and you don't have to answer it now. What we can do here is say, this is something that we would support. This should continue. My second,
Right, oh, that's different.
That's okay.
He said he's looking forward to the question. I heard.
The question is more to us on that.
That's funny.
Because I can't ask Drew, are you gonna raise taxes? Because he can't do that. He can't answer, and it's not fair to put him in that position. But it's fair for us to ask ourselves to do that. That's a different question. The second issue has to do with the methodology that is being used to determine how high we build those pumps. There's one part that is in question, and it has to do with the methodology that determines the estimated rainfall. And I don't know if okay. And much like what we've had to do at the MPO, with DOT, Lewis, we have just started to add those resiliency into the matrix that helps determine what has to be looked at in making those big decisions. The compact and all of the 4 counties have looked at this equation with the scientists of all the academic institutions, have looked at the rate of rainfall based on temperature, evaporation, They are, and I asked them, I said, I think what you need to do is take that paper and have it peer reviewed. Much like it would go to the Scientific American or wherever you would go, have it peer reviewed so that it's validated. But the USGS, and I just got a letter back from them just a little while ago that said they have put it through almost that same process. They agree with that paper that says that methodology means you go a little higher. And so I'm asking, and Carolina, this is right up your alley. So I would ask you to take a good look at that paper and South Florida Water Management District. Look at what the academicians, I don't know if I said that right, have said, and take a good look at it yourself and see. Because before you build, we don't want to build it and it not be good enough. I don't think any of us want to do that. So those are my two issues. I think some point.
Okay, Commissioner Furr, I've discussed that. Well, first, I spoke about a week ago at the regional meeting of the South Florida Water Management District. And at that time, I asked them to be increasing spending on this item. I agree with you. However, after consulting with the two executive directors, we feel we can't adopt something today that we don't have drafted. So what, your permission, Mr. Chair, and in consultation with the two executive directors, we're going to ask the two executive directors to try and draft something to then send it back to our respective RPCs. We may or may not need to send it to our counties and cities, because we are a mix of gubernatorial, city, and county appointees, but we can figure that out. It's not going to be ready in time for the legislative session, but it doesn't have to be. So we will work on this. We will ask each RPC to look at drafting the same document, and then without the necessity for another joint meeting, we'll see if we can get both to pass a comparable document, which we can then, Chairman Bernique and I could then sign off on behalf of our respective RPCs. Mr.
And I would think that the timeline would be June or July when you would be determining your trim rate. That's essentially our timeline.
When do you all set your millage?
He's right, June or July.
Or July? Okay.
Okay, well, so I think we need to do that prior to, I agree with Commissioner Furr, but we would want to get that prior to your setting the millage. So unless anybody objects, this is basically the format that we're going to do. I also saw Commissioner Furr, if you'll put your thing down, I saw Commissioner Davis and Commissioner McVoy. So let me call on Commissioner Davis, followed by Commissioner McVoy. And those are the only cards oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith, I'm sorry, you must have raised yours.
Question from Ziadi.
And then I will call on Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Ziotti, and then we are done for questions because we have to move on. So Commissioner Davis, followed by Commissioner McVoy, followed by Commissioner Smith, followed by Councilmember Ziotti, and we are then done. What?
Commissioner Ziotti is off the
Former.
Well, Anna, yeah.
Well, she's attending, so,
Yeah.
right, good point. She's a former mayor, right, person, Ziotti. Hey, Councilmember Davis, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I can add a little bit of color to this conversation. And this morning, Commissioner Smith talked about the value of this body collectively and the power behind that. Commissioner Burr just echoed that, and I can validate that. For 6 years, I sat as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army and responsible for 3 Water Resources Development Acts, including SERP in 2000. And there was a lot of competing priorities then. Nothing has really changed in the last 30 years. There were competing priorities then, there's competing priorities now. But those that came to my office in the Pentagon and that were most successful were bodies like this, that had consensus. They were organized and they gelled around an idea that was important for a community or a region. And they usually came out of the end of the pipe pretty successful. It also doesn't hurt that we have 29 really good reasons in Florida we might get some stuff done, and there's an election in 2024, so keep that in mind. All these things are factors, they're all really important, but my point is the value of this body are collectively very powerful, and I believe Drew and his board, I know Tim and his assistant secretary, I sat in that chair for a while, they listen. And so I would encourage us to do these things collectively with a strong voice, an accurate voice, facts. And there's a great value. It is in the public interest. And I believe the national public interest for us to do these things in Florida, just like we were able to sell SERP in 2000. At that time, a $15 billion plan. I was the guy sitting at the Congress witness table in testimony, arguing to the members in Idaho and the members in Washington and Alaska why we should care about the Everglades ecosystem. And we passed it in the Senate, 99-1. We were able to do that. So this body can help do that. So let's push hard.
You would text. Yeah, well said.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember, followed by Councilmember Commissioner Smith, Councilmember. Okay. Okay. Councilmember McFoy, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I'm actually Dr. McFoy, and I wear sort of two hats. Drew, prior to Drew being there, I was posted at the Water Management District for many years and worked on both Everglades studies, but also historical Everglades. So I'll add a comment in a minute about that's very relevant to Senator Geller's questions at the beginning. But before I do that, I couldn't agree more with what was said by Commissioner Purr here. Let's make sure that we do take steps as the two regional planning councils to support that. A piece that Drew might be able to help with is give us a little bit of, give the group, not now, but before we draft those, what would it look like per $100,000 home value increase in millage to try and get toward what we're talking about? That turn it into real numbers. The last time I remember talking about millage was years ago when I was there, and we were at about $60 per 100,000. I'm sure it's different now, but it wasn't a huge amount. $5 lower gets you a long ways. Yeah. And if we can support a number, I think that will make it easier for the regional plan. And the one about the rainfall, by all means, err on the side of the higher. All the predictions from the climate change models are not only increased amounts, but as Drew is well aware, and as the doctor is well aware, it's intensity, which is very relevant to how fast does that fall, very relevant to flood control. So yeah, go on the high side, get the best stuff from South Shore Side. The piece that I was inspired to add earlier is, did anybody come here today by canoe, kayak, or sailboat?
Not yet.
Everybody drove. I think that I can safely conclude that. Out of my historic doing while I was at the Water Management District, I believe it was James Henshaw around late 1800s, sailed to where we are now. And I repeat, he didn't canoe, he didn't kayak, he sailed. Yes. And he sailed from where Secret Woods is, about where State Road 7, 441 crosses 595, ahead of the New River. Sailed out to Sam Jones Islands, which is a little east of us, and Long Pine Key Islands. They were Indian settlements, and it was the high ground. Everything in between was Everglades. Another interesting piece to put in context for Senator Geller is if you go back to what started the Central and South Florida project, correctly stated in 48. What happened in 1947? That crying cow one, the 1947 flood was huge. Yep. Here's the interesting piece. You can work out very clearly the edge between the eastern high ground that was first settled and the edge of the Everglades. You can draw that line with a lot of accuracy. Go look in my book to find it. Here's what's really intriguing. In 1947, when the Corps drew the edge of the flooding from the 47 flood, and you overlay that on the edge of the Everglades, well, sure enough, we filled the bathtub right about to where it originally was, despite we had a lot of people and agriculture and all sorts of things happening. That was without any sea level rise. So your concerns is not crazy talk by any means.
Thank you. I've been validated. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more of a commentary for our folks up there and others around the table. Last week, the National Association of Counties on Friday had a resiliency roundtable discussion, I guess, for not a better term at all. We had Texas, we had Louisiana, we had Alabama and Florida. And Florida had a really good representation around the table. So we had a really good cross section. We had Broward there, we had Jacksonville there, myself, and a few others, and then others scattered throughout the Louisiana, Texas region. I only bring it up because of all this conversation, all the work you are all doing. There's a lot of discussion going on at the national level amongst counties as to what should a resiliency program model look like, and what do other counties do? Should they be looking at, or other states be looking at, relative to what we're doing here in Florida? And I'd say by the conversation, Florida is light years ahead of states in our Gulf region. There was another conversation, and I think almost unanimously, the electeds that were sitting around the table, the resiliency officers that were around the table, does that work product belong in emergency management, or does it belong in its own silo in another program? And I think all of us said it doesn't belong in emergency management. That's another discipline. It's another task. It really doesn't belong over there. It belongs over here. I think there's an opportunity for this body and certainly clearly the district, if we want to at a national level, to weigh in with best practices or ideas on what does this whole thing look like in terms of how would a state, how would a region approach it? I think we've talked about it for years. We've been doing it for years. And I think a lot of us are very comfortable about where this thing is moving. But there are other states or other areas that have no clue about, and I don't mean that critically, just in the conversation. So nothing to be done here today. It's just more of a commentary about where I think we are relative to others. But there is an opportunity to take everything we've heard today and seen today, and from your presentations and others, to really kind of figure out how to box that up and share it with the rest. So great stuff you're all doing, and everybody's kind of said it in their own way, but I think if we want to be, we can be certainly leaders in the country relative to all the conversations, because a lot of people are decades behind us, if you will.
Commissioner Smith, you are absolutely correct. It is unfortunate that Southeast Florida is ground zero for sea level rise, but we are. And because of that, we seem to be ahead of most of the rest of the country. So your comments are well taken. Anna Ziotti will not be asking a question because her question was on local water bodies. And I explained that the people we have here are regional and national. So instead, Vice Mayor, Broward County Vice Mayor Dan Rich will take her place as the last question. Senator Rich, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm sorry I'm not there personally in person, but I want to thank the three presenters. So much incredible information. It's much appreciated. I just wanted to kind of follow up on something that actually Commissioner Furr started to mention. We had a climate change task force meeting yesterday. He and I co-chair it. Isabel was there. And one of the issues that came up was an update by Dr. Gerardo on the CNSF 216 study. And of course, the fact that the authorization has come through and the funding for it. But I share Senator Geller's thoughts about the fact this is again another 2026 one where, to begin the study and then finally move towards an authorization. But it is what it is. We've been doing this, trying to get this about 10 years, I think already. But I did want to just mention one thing. Dr. Gerardo has sent a letter to the Army Corps about what the parameters are of this study. And that's kind of what Commissioner Furr began to talk about, I think. And one of the things or the main thing in there is a recommendation from her and certainly from our climate change task force to include, when you talk about rainfall, to include intensification. That was the word she used, and used it in the letter to the Army Corps. As was mentioned, I mean, we've waited and we're waiting so long for this to happen. We want to make sure that we look at all the parameters, and there was a strong feeling that it's not only just the amount of rainfall, it's the intensification. So it's something that we're asking that you give serious consideration to, Mr. Geisen, when you go back and please, you'll see that letter, I'm sure, and we'd like you to give serious consideration to adding that to the to the wording that would go into this.
Thank you, Senator Rich. At this point in time, don't go anywhere. I would like to turn the meeting over to Chair Bernique, and he has a question for you, and will then immediately go into the statewide water infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment I'd like to make. I've been involved with water management districts since 1975 when I walked into South Florida's old headquarters on Gun Club Road, and I've been involved with studies, executive directors. I've known every one of them. I've known all the governors and what they put into their budgets. And I've never seen a governor do more for the water management districts than this governor. And I have never seen such good leadership as we have here in Drew Bartlett. I just wanted to say that. He's done a great job. With that, Mr. Chairman, can we go on to the next up? Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
All right, with that, we're moving on quickly, trying to beat rush hour if we can. See those that hit the Treasure Coast. We're going to move on to the statewide water infrastructure challenges and opportunities. And our featured guest speaker is Frank Ferrandino from Anfield Consulting. And I think he's going to speak to us from the clouds above. Are you there?
I am. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
We can, sir.
Okay, and you can see the presentation as well?
Yep.
Yes.
You're on the screen.
Fantastic. Well, I'll take Mr. Bornique's challenge and I'll try to get you back on schedule. So thank you once again for having me back with you to update you on the most recent information related to the state's infrastructure. As you all may recall, back in 2016, we successfully got the legislature to pass statutory authorization for the Office of Economic Demographics and Research to do projections as to the state of our investment in our water infrastructure in Florida. And what we found in the first 4 publishings of their report was that each year the gap between what the state was investing and what our actual need was growing. And significant wasn't not that just the number in its totality was growing, but that if you look at each year and the 10-year projections of each of those reports, each and every separate year, the projection got worse. Interestingly enough, in 2022, and despite the fact that the statute, I believe, requires the publishing of the gap information, EDR deleted that chapter. They held it as pending until December, and they deleted it. They never published a 8th chapter to their report, which would have been the gap analysis. So I can't show you what the 2022 number is, but what they did do is provide us with additional information in 2023 in the report that was just published in January, and we'll run through that information now quickly. So with regard to urban water supply and agricultural water supply, the report found that statewide we're going to need about a 14% increase in water supply development in order to meet our needs. and more focused on our region of the state, the one covered by your two regional your regional planning councils, we're looking at about a 55 million gallon a day shortfall of what you're going to need in order to meet your demands by 2040. What's interesting is that they calculated that in order to develop that water supply, the region would have to invest approximately $460 million, of which only about 17 million currently are projected to be provided by the state. When you look at our natural areas water supply needs, we know that throughout the state, we've adopted a number of minimum flows and levels, and those are plans intended to see the proper restoration of water levels in our streams and estuaries. And the state projects that based on its current plans, that it's going to have to invest the numbers that you see on the screen there, and an additional over $300 million for non-MFL natural system restoration projects. As a byproduct of a survey of local governments, there's about 16 million that will be required to do reclaimed water projects, which again will recharge the environment. So again, the state currently plans to contribute about 132 million towards that total. So when we look at water supply in its totality, they estimate that by 2040, the state is going to need 2.9 billion. And they're only going to cover, the state is only currently projecting or planning to cover about 18% of that. It is important to note that their report so far this year does not address the cost being incurred by local governments to replace aging infrastructure, which based on their 22 report was projected to be $24 billion. Moving into total maximum daily loads, this is water quality. We know we have a lot of impaired water bodies in the state that they're quickly trying to adopt total maximum daily loads and best management plans in order to address those. But they estimate that in order to get those plans in place, the state is going to have to invest about 319 million over the next 10 years. With regard to the actual plans themselves, so the total maximum daily load set the targets. These are the plans that give us the blueprint for how we're going to achieve those targets. The state has adopted 33 of these plans, and they believe that the cost to implement the projects identified in those plans is going to be about $11.6 billion again by 2040. However, the state is only responsible for just under half of that, meaning that the balance of that cost rests with the local governments. It's important to note that in their study, they did not look at the costs associated with alternative restoration plans. This is a different tool that the state uses in order to set targets and clean up water bodies. For example, Biscayne Bay is the subject of an alternative restoration plan. So all of the costs associated with the restoration of Biscayne Bay are not included in this total. Now, in the last couple of years, the state legislature passed a number of laws that directed local governments to provide information with regard to their stormwater and wastewater needs. And so for the first time now, we have really robust information coming directly from local governments as to what the funding needs are going to be in these critical areas of infrastructure. We just finished hearing a lot of discussion about regional flooding, stormwater being a component of that. So in response to that analysis, 50 counties, 256 cities, and 526 independent special taxing districts provided information to EDR. And the summary of it, you can see on the screen, is that they were going to need about $27.4 billion in order to just maintain the urban stormwater management system functioning. What was important, though, is that those local governments could not identify the funding for approximately 71% of that need. That meant that they do not currently have projected or planned financial capacity to address that need. When you look at the wastewater system, much fewer counties and cities participated in this survey, and we believe that the additional information will come in during 2023. But this number is staggering, $63.3 billion statewide. And again, about half of that, the local governments do not currently have funding sources and or mechanisms planned to address those needs. So when we look at all of this information tied together, we see that, I'll leave the numbers on the screen for now, that the state is facing a massive, massive, massive challenge with regard to addressing its water infrastructure needs in the future. I could not agree more with Chair Bernique. This governor has invested more money than any administration prior towards these efforts. But as was discussed in a Senate committee this week, we're only scratching the surface. When Secretary Hamilton presented DEP's budget and announced that the state was getting prepared to invest $100 million a year for the next 4 years and helping to aid the health of the Indian River Lagoon, Senator Stewart said, that's a down payment, right? And the secretary reluctantly acknowledged that, yes, this is but a small amount of what will be needed in order to address the entire challenge. If you remember this slide last year, the summary slide, the number that was on screen for you was $66.7 billion. So with the new information that EDR has now compiled and published this year, that the state now has, we are at over $135 billion that the state is going to need to invest over the next 20 years in order to meet our water infrastructure needs. Just yesterday, I had a meeting with the speaker and we talked about this, and he was taken aback by the figure, and he says, wow, we're going to need about $6 billion a year. And I said, yes, sir. And we talked specifically, Commissioner Furr, about the issue that you discussed, that the cap that has been placed, the de facto cap on the water management district revenues. And the comparison that I made to him is, if you go back to the year that cap was put in place, the state's budget was $70 billion. We're north of $110 billion. How would the state government run if we cut the budget by $40 billion? And I said to him, that's in essence what we've done to the water management districts. And the question just remains, where's the will to do something about that? And to the point with cooperative funding, and Drew hates this slide if he's still in the room, my dear friend, Andy Griffith is in the room. He called me Barney Fife at the climate resilience. The water management districts do their best to help local governments implement your drinking water supply and stormwater management, flood control projects. But the reality is that they have other responsibilities of their own. And in the case of the South Florida Water Management District, as we can see there, only but a small fraction of their budget can be allocated to cost sharing, because they're doing their level best to get as much assistance as they can from the state to keep the programs that they currently have in place with regard to Everglades moving forward. So the update is unfortunately not a rosy one. The challenge remains significant. I could not agree more with Commissioner Smith, Furr, and the others that have spoken. I share your concerns, Senator Geller. At some point, we need to develop a strategic plan for funding. It's a good thing that the kind of work that Drew and Carolina and the Corps are involved in terms of identifying the projects are important, but that estimate, as the prior slide showed, does not include adaptation for sea level rise. So it does not include the projects and the costs that you were discussing earlier today. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. We have time for one or two questions. Anybody with a question? Frank?
Yeah, he was depressing.
Yeah. Oh, Frank, thank you very much for your presentation.
Wow, no questions?
Okay, all right.
No question.
Move on.
Smile, Frank.
Just thank him for, it's depressing, but it's
Important
good.
to hear.
It's important to hear. That's exactly right. So it's good. Thank you, Frank, very much for keeping us on our toes.
Like taking medicine, Frank.
Thank you. I do have a cold. I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize.
Sorry, Drew. All right, Mr. Chair.
No, you're still chair on legislative priorities.
Number 12.
That's you.
Yes, South Florida and Treasure Coast Regional Priority Conversation.
So in your packets, it's a document that, we took, the legislative priorities for the 7 counties of our joint regions and, compared them, and identified, in the dozen some odd, areas of alignment, on priorities. It's a one page there. I don't actually have. So the thought. Thanks. You're the very best. And so it's a little over a page. The thought here is number one, take a look at that. Number two, for your individual jurisdictions, recognize that on every one of these issues, you're in good company. That the others in the southeast part of the state are keen on these issues as well. And then see if there's any discussion of, is there any of these that we would like to jointly as the 2 councils pick out and say, yeah, this is something we want to help emphasize. Thing along those lines. Kind of at it, have some conversation, see if you want to direct us to, bring any resolutions back or anything like that.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess since the legislative session starts before we're meeting again, anything we're going to have to do on this, I think we have to do today. I've reviewed it. I would be okay with approving everything on here. I think we should give everybody else a minute or two to review it, but assuming that we do to approve this, since we don't have anything drafted specifically, would we be sending it basically in this form, saying, this is something that the SFRPC, TCRPC, these 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of issues, home rule and unfunded mandate, economic development, environmental, natural resources, and public infrastructure. These are the vision, and then set up to the 2 executive directors.
Yeah, we can do
Is that what you envision?
Yeah, do the normal, 7 counties, millions of people, most of the GDP, the usual things that we say in that. And what do you think, Isabel?
I think actually I think that we can certainly send it to our reps and just say, we met, these are priorities that we've identified as common across the counties. Please, please consider them. And then, but I think the more important thing is to direct your county staffs
to
review this, your legislative staff, review this and make sure, I'd be interested.
He's talking about you, Marty.
I'd be interested to see what Marty's recommendation is. But I think.
Marty, are you listening?
I think the most effective thing is for the counties and cities to direct their legislative reps. These are priorities. Please make sure that you're working on these and it's part of your communications.
You said you wanted to ask Marty a question.
Marty, could you come up, please? Thank you so much. I got this. I mean, you can
Put
introduce.
you on the spot.
He's fine. He's professional. He knows how to do this. So.
Cool. 2000.
So the question, Marty, is that what we did a crosswalk across the 7 county priority projects. And.
Can you speak up?
Yes, that we did a crosswalk on the legislative programs adopted by the 7 counties and picked out what were common themes. And so I want to thank trustees for that. They took on it. So the question now is, what is the most effective thing to do with this? Obviously, we don't want to do any resolution. Already heard how those go. But I'm thinking that we could share it with our legislators. And then the lobbyists would take it and do something.
If you have separate contracted lobbyists, you'll definitely want to share this with them. The most effective members to take your message to the speaker or the president are members of your delegation, ones who are most invested in your success. And
louder.
Louder? Really? Okay, sorry. And so making sure that they understand that your elected delegations understand about the state and federal levels, that these are the priorities the region itself is looking at. So it's critical that they get that. I mean, we definitely pass out our legislative program to our Broward delegation members and speak with them about our priorities and divvy up responsibility in most aspects of our program to ensure that we're covering all of the bases. So when we come to this is actually much more helpful because it shows that there is an important regional approach to some of these issues that we're tackling, and being that these are all good crosswalk programs really shows the unity that this brings. So.
I think it's, to wrap up, is sharing it with our delegate members as a point of interest, that, you know, a point of agreement. Please consider this, we would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And then that the county lobbyists, the municipal lobbyists have this in their back pocket. So that these are priorities for the region as a whole.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right, the question? Yeah, Commissioner
Marty.
Smith. So a thought, and we're just, a couple of us were just talking about it. So there's nothing on here that I don't disagree with. But what I would suggest, and maybe we were thinking, we might want to narrow down like a top 3 list, like listening to Ron this morning and where his head is at and what he knows is happening and going to happen or not going to happen. Can we position ourselves to kind of take Ron's commentary maybe and target like this entire list? First, adopt all 4, 1, 2, 3. From that, if there were 3 line items in there that were specific hot buttons that they know are going to happen, show that the regions are in sync, that might be a good idea.
Well, I can tell you that as you know, representative from Broward County, we do actually have a ranking system that we have in our program, but I would actually defer to you know, the councils to.
And one that I would throw out, and if Ron wasn't as classic Ron was this week, I think the water policy one probably should be one of those
top ones,
top 3. It's got a lot of stamina right now on both sides of the house.
Which one is that, Commissioner?
Under environment, natural resources, the 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 bullet. Yeah. Second to last, sorry, that would have been easy.
Oh, yes.
One that it's not in here per se, something that just popped up on our radar screen, and I don't know that it needs to make this top 3 list, but it needs to probably make it into this list. There are 17 counties in this 3-year grant cycle that there was no budget allocated in the current budget process that's going on for mental health court. It just doesn't exist. And it's about 17 a year that gets funded every 3 years. And there's a series of rotational grant applications that happen. So we have a support funding for mental health and substance abuse treatment in there. I don't know if that's where that belongs in there or not, but there are 17 of us that are in that gap funded this year, and the fund out in May. Interestingly enough, it's a priority of his wife, and it's also one of the 17 counties is Collier. I believe that that's where the Senate president lives, and it seems like it would be odd that funding wouldn't be allocated to mental health court in Collier if that was a speaker's.
Mr. Chair. Here. Yes, Commissioner Smith, the only, first I've heard of that, but I'm just saying, I'm not sure that unless it affects all 7 counties. We're trying to do, that might be a fact issue.
Yeah, I'm raising it as if you didn't all know about it, and if some of your counties are part of that 17.
Right. But in this, I think we're trying to pick something that's all 7 counties. But I would suggest, because I can give you 5 of my top, and can I suggest that, Mr. Chair, that we ask for a vote to authorize the chairs to come up in consultation with the executive directors top 3 or 4. And in the meantime, as a matter of fact, I'll make a motion that, because he's in the chair, that you authorize the chairs and the EDs to come up with 3 or 4, 3 to 5 of these, and ask any member of either the SFRPC or TCRPC by Monday or Tuesday to send your top priorities to the 2 executive directors or whoever your executive director is. And then we'll try and come up with that.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other motions? All those in favor say aye.
Right.
All those opposed, like sign. Carries.
We're now into public comment. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? I apologize. The public comment period is now open. Should have said that. Wait. Comment, is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? Please show. Is there anyone online with public
My
comment?
understanding is no.
If not, please show the public comment period now closed. I'd like to announce we have the South Florida Regional Planning Council, because we have decided that we are going to have a joint major regional program with the Treasure Coast, 1 per year, and we're going to have 1 per year for just the SFRPC. So the SFRPC is having a first and last mile connectivity conference that will take place Friday, March 17th at the Broward MPO. We would, of course, encourage not only any member of the SFRPC, but any member of the TCRPC to attend the conference Friday, March 17th at the Broward MPO.
And come by Tri-Rail.
And
Yes.
one of the reasons we're meeting there is it's at a Tri-Rail location. Second, again, as we've said, the SFRPC, TCRPC, I told you earlier, wonderful example of us working together. You will continue to see that. And are there any additional council comments?
First.
Commissioner, yes,
And then around.
yes.
So, yeah. I just wanted to thank the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council staff. A number of them are prepared today for the meeting, and that Liz Gillett. Liz, are you still here? Yeah, Liz is amazing. She tells you to buckle your seatbelt, to not, call on your cell phone when you're driving. She goes, no speeding. She knows I speak a lot. She gets you here safe to make sure the chairman gets here. She's amazing. Stephanie Height helped as well. Thank you, Stephanie. And Terry Paulo, thank you very much. Other staff members here, Dana Little and Kim Delaney. Thank you all for coming and all for your guidance to the Treasure Coast. And mainly for our quarterback here, Tom, who's done a yeoman's work with this meeting and all that he does for the Treasure Coast.
And thank you, South Florida, for having us on, and Broward County for hosting us.
Yeah, of course. Again, welcome to my district. You're in District 5, which I am privileged to represent. I'd like to thank the South Florida Regional Planning Council staff, Kathy Lurch, Director of Administration and Logistics, or Logistics, Leo Brasky, Soldi for Technology, Jenny Sullivan, Communications. We also have support staff, Arauda Agoli, Haley Lazzaroni, Alicia Lopez, Charlene Burke, Guillermo Verdura, Steve Foreman, Christina Miskus, and Jeff Tart. And of course, our wonderful executive director, who we are, if you haven't heard, we will be losing on October 31st because she is in drop, and October 31st will be her last day. So I'm not sure when our next joint meeting is.
We'll have our conference.
So, okay.
Don't retire.
Right. So, all right. I'm told that she will be here, so everybody will get to see her at our conference in the month of October.
There you go.
And again, I would like to now just again, thank everybody. Welcome to District 5, Mr. Chair. Anything else?
Everybody, I hope we'll see you.
Adjourn.
So move.
Thank you, and Bob, guys.
Yes, sir.
No, no, it's not.